Okay, let's go kill stuff. Oh, I forgot to do my inventorying. God damn it! Sorry, everybody. Hang on. What is this? Heavy, apparently. Of course, there's no music.
Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
Why am I so heavy? And also in the game, I guess I do have 65 skulls on me. I just... Look, it's not my... I just collect skulls, okay? It's called Skull Castle. For a reason. I don't know what any of this crap is. Oh, I've got a work table. I've got one work table. I don't know what any of this stuff is, Necreasy. That's why I'm just holding on to it. I don't know what any of this crap is. Like, what are the enlisted core banners? What's a seeker's token? I'm gonna bank all this crap. Oh, they're for tasks. Well, okay, let's get rid of one of our pickaxes. Get all of those. Keep that, because I'm about to use that. Okay, I guess we'll... Where? Well, hang on. That did bring our weight down a bit. You know, that's a really good question, Jesse's Mask. See, I think Bladejaval did bring up a good question. I think I might be a little bit too stringent on my definition of a storybook game. Because, I mean, the base definition's right there, right? A game that's better watched than played.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like.
Oh, whoops, I forgot to... That might be why my stamina has been having issues lately. I don't know what else to get off of me, though. I guess I could just... I'm probably not going to use these. I don't know what else to dump. I mean, I guess I could get rid of more of the potions.
What will it be? Have you come again soon?
Or what I could do. No. Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna live with it. I'm just gonna live with it. Whatever. Whatever. Thank you, Sean. As always. I hope you're enjoying your last day. Doing something more fun than watching my sorry ass. I'll put that towards... I believe that's the usual. That is the usual. All right. There we go. Okay, so... I'm gonna do one other little thing super quick. Got an errand to do. Yeah, it's only on Wednesdays. I get to make fun of how terrible and awful and worthless and stupid and ugly, powerless and pointless and dumb and wrong that I am on Wednesdays. Alright, so that would just leave. Yep. We actually only have one of the main actual quests left. It's taken us a day and a half to do them. But we got this. We got this. Right. Dark Forest Theory. I actually saved several questions that people put in the queue right before we cut off. So I could talk about it. Since we got nothing to talk about right now because we're just traveling. It's a great time for it. Dark Forest Theory. So, remind me, but if I'm remembering correctly, Dark Forest Theory is the theory that every alien race out there is afraid of every other alien race out there, and therefore is hiding from every other alien race out there. Now, first of all, that's nonsense. And the reason why is because radio waves. So, that's it. That's my thoughts on the theory. But hang on. If we decide to go ahead and ignore the fact that radio waves exist... it is within the realm of possibility that there are, I don't know, predator races out there that are Zerg swarming their way through things. Now, as weird as it sounds, I don't buy it. I know that sounds really strange, but there's only... I'm trying to think how to explain this in words. I should probably mention that I don't think alien life exists, like, at all. Or if it does, it exists in such a manner that we can't even recognize it. But if there is sentient sapient life that exists in a manner in which we can perceive and interact with, which by logical definition means it's something we can understand. Because if we couldn't, then we wouldn't be interacting with it, right? So if there is such a race or species that exists, concepts that we have could be analogous to concepts they have, okay? Just building my argument here. Give me a minute. This then means that those races would have to have a sufficiently unified political entity with capital and support, as well as resources, in order to direwolf, in order to be able to push a campaign that is financially infeasible. Now, to be clear, I'm not talking about money. A lot of people tend to mistake finances and money as the same thing, but they're not. Finances is just the income and outcome of resources, time, and effort. That's finances.
If I may say so myself.
So, in order to actually accomplish that kind of an effort, you would need a ludicrous amount of time, effort, and resources in order to go and be a predator species, right? To be the locusts from Independence Day, right? It makes for a great film, and I love Independence Day, the first one, anyways. But the locusts are extraordinarily infeasible. They make no sense. There is zero logic to them because the amount of resources they get out of a planet does not make up the resources they've put into claiming that one planet. Most operations are economic operations at their fundamental core. Oh, don't watch it, Bragwin. Don't watch it. It's not even, like, bad funny. You know what I mean?
Strength in numbers arisen.
Direwolf!
Not worth the time. Not worth the time.
What else would you expect with my help?
Quite enough about it.
We have triumphed.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get at is, if concepts that we have exist for them, then that means they have concepts like economics, resources, throughput. Wars can and have been fought for ideological reasons, and for fundamental reasons, and for religious reasons, but at the end of the day, war is resources. It always has been, and it always will be. Even one of the more philosophical wars of the recent era, which is the World War II, was a primarily economic and industrial war, fought for primarily economic and industrial reasons. If you look at the economics of Germany pre-invasion, everything you look at explains the entirety of their initial invasion plans, because they needed X, Y, and Z resources, right? You get my point. You get my point. I am summarizing a little bit because I'm partially described, but you get my overall point. My overall point is, yeah, Japan way more so. My overall point is, I do not find the idea of a predator species likely. It's an interesting story concept, but in real life, I can't buy it. That's my biggest problem with the Dark Forest theory. I don't agree with the concept of a predator species. Having said that, the other half of the Dark Forest problem actually makes a lot of sense. Because any creature out there which is capable of even one of those basic sentient concepts we have, which is fear, has a built-in motivator for hiding, right? All they have to do is be sufficiently advanced to understand the kind of threat that can be waiting out there. And there you go.
Given the look of things, we'd best be well prepared before pressing on.
There, Master! Direwolves!
What for their lunges?
An undead warrior!
For that matter, even if you don't presume this is an existential fear. That's why I started the conversation with radio. Even if you presume a non-existential threat, most races are going to be worried about competition, about competitors, which I know sounds like the same thing. Competition for resources, competitors in terms of interactions. They're kind of two different concepts. I mean, that's true in real life, again. Yeah, we are actively sending out signals on a regular basis, I do believe. And even if we haven't, even if we were not currently practicing that policy, we have sent out radio signals.
Fire!
We have sent out lots of radio signals for decades. There is a lot of interceptable noise within the Oort cloud. Now, granted, that's relatively local from an interstellar perspective, but you get my overall point. We are not hiding.
It falls on us to
100 light years, there you go. Thank you. I knew there was a specific time because we could track when the first radio signals went out, and we could track how long it's been since then, so we know the bubble of range that we're in.
wide open spaces.
That's no mere wolf.
Their lunges.
It's more clever than a common wolf.
Anyways, I'm sorry for the lengthy answer, but that's my thought on the Dark Forest question. The Dark Forest theory. Whoa, ho, ho, whoa, whoa, whoa! Let me please? Please, 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 please. Please? Oh my god. There's that heal. Oh, there's that sweet, sweet heal. Yeah, 100 light years is pretty local. And by pretty, I mean it's extraordinarily local. Oh my god, wolves! Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. This hurts my hands to do this. Okay, guys, I'm gonna need you to pull a little bit more of your weight over here. Yeah, I believe someone's put together a graphic of exactly how much of the Milky Way galaxy our radio signals have reached. It's a speck. It's a speck. I'm gonna die here. I really hate to dip into my heels, but whatever. What? Oh, that's a... Big boy there's the problem. Now, the resource requirement thing is a little bit different. So let's talk about Bajor and Cardassia. Because everything I just said makes you think, why would Cardassia try to be a predator species? So in actual Trek, the answer is really, really basic. They didn't think about it. But let's ignore that for a second. Let's ignore that for a second. Let's assume that they actually thought about it. Because there is a logic thread here, believe it or not. See, the problem is Bajor wasn't an interstellar power. How many of you are familiar with the economic math that goes into colonizing? I'm saying that wrong. Into imperialism. In real life. Spain, the conquistadors, right? Do you know why Spain claimed gigantic swaths of South America? The reason, the core, fundamental, cornerstone reason. Oh my god, these wolves! Oh my god, these wolves! Easy picking is the closest. The answer is because people were already there. People who were less advanced, people who were less organized, and people who were weaker. You get it? If Spain... Apparently Jesse's mask. If Spain got to the Americas and there was nobody there at all, that's not really worth it. They don't have the people, the raw people, to just move in and then claim that. It's not like in the game Civilization. They just didn't have the raw resources in terms of manpower to actually claim the Americas. Instead, there was a pre-existing conquerable workforce that was a step down on the tech tree. Cardassia, Bajor. Interesting point, too, and I'm pretty sure this is on accident. But if you pay attention to a lot of the Klingon Empire's conquests, same thing. The Klingon Empire in most of Star Trek almost never conquers an equivalent power. They conquer weaker powers. And yes, it's also worth noting, Cardassia is right freaking there. In interstellar terms, Cardassia is, like, next door to Bajor.
I've had quite enough of battle.
The site of an attack. The victim's belongings have been scattered about.
So, ease of access, made aware of them. No, I know, I'm actually going for something specific, Necrezi, but thank you for pointing it out. I do need to check my map, so I'm not 100% sure where I'm going. Okay, so there's the hill forts. Now I need to go east. Hang on, where am I? Why is there no road here? What have I got? Where am I? I'm right here. Oh, I'm actually further than I thought. I was looking at the overall map. The world map is kind of small. Not that that's a complaint, by the way. It's just interesting. Up here-ish. Yes, Dark Prince Sherman. You figured out immediately. That's exactly what I'm doing. Because I got one more port crystal on me. And I'm going to use it.
The road splits here. Let's be doubly sure of which will see us to our destination.
So anyways, sorry, massively answer to that, but I hope that satisfies you with regards to alien life and politics and economics, and I'm going the wrong way.
Will this continue?
Where am I? Oh, okay, no, this is right, this is right. Sub-Zero asks a really valid question. Is it not feasible that FTL just isn't possible in real life? Because of the nature of change, as Evo will talk more like about. Ah, there's so many walls out here! Why is night so long in this freaking game? It's possible that FTL just isn't possible, that we cannot change matter at a rate faster than the speed of light. And as a direct consequence, that pretty much directly means that, you know, interstellar society cannot exist. Fun in fiction, not really feasible in real life. And if that is true, that would very neatly explain why it is that we haven't had any interaction with alien life, and vice versa. Now, there is a bit of a catch to that, but that requires more knowledge of the specifics of communication than I have. So, of all of the answers to the Fermi's paradox, one of the ones that has always amused me the most is that we're the first. The answer is actually really banal in its simplicity. Someone has to be the first. Just logically, someone somewhere is first. It's possible we are the first, that we are the first sentient species in this galaxy or in this universe. We're gonna be the precursors. That is a very real possibility. One of those interesting little things that people don't really tend to understand, not that I'm saying anyone in chat falls into this, is that statistics does not mean likelihood. Let me explain that a little bit differently. If you have a 1 in a billion chance of doing something, then what most people think is if you do something a billion times, it will happen. But that's not actually how statistics works.
The road splits here. Let's be doubly sure.
If you have a 1 in a billion chance, what happens is every time the metaphorical dice is rolled, it's a 1 in a billion chance. It's not cumulative. It doesn't add up over time, right? That's not how odds work. Yeah, exactly, scales of justice. I bring that up because one of the most common arguments I hear for why we can't be the first species is specifically the odds are against it from our knowledge of the age of the universe and our perceivable knowledge of said universe. But that's not how odds work.
Just attack blindly.
It's more clever than a common wolf.
Sweep to fire!
It's a fine scrap, if I may say so
We have
myself.
triumphed.
That sounds like fun, Dark Prince Revan. I could actually name another game that has a plot point kind of similar to that, but even mentioning the game is actually a spoiler, so I won't. I don't want to fight more wolves. It's right there. All right, let's do this. I use an ability and I'm immediately knocked out of it. I have no stagger resistance.
Sweep to fire!
I do no stagger damage. Be a little cautious. We're going to be willing to use healing items. Right here. I don't want to trip at the finish line again. Ah, Jesus Christ! Ah, this basically hurts my hand. Alright.
Don't allow them to surround you.
Anyways, so to answer Sean very directly, yeah, I think the Cardassian Bajor situation within Star Trek, even within canon Trek, makes perfect sense, and consequently our Trek will probably follow the same idea. The Cardassia found a weaker nearby neighbor that was, you know, interstellarly right next door and said, "Sweet!" And they went, tried to occupy it, and found out the same thing every other occupying power has found out for the last history of forever. That occupations are expensive. And it cost the Cardassians too much to maintain that occupation, and so they were pushed off by the occupiers. Now, I'm probably going to eject Remans from canon, from our Trek, excuse me, entirely. I don't see any reason for them to exist. They were invented at the finishing line, metaphorically speaking, of Star Trek's canon and timeline. And they don't really add anything to anything. Yeah, exactly, Loke. Exactly. Okay. So, now that we're here, drop our other port crystal. One.
What's that?
Okay. We now have some portals all over the place. And, access to healing spots at will. And access to 4 points on the map. Let's go back to the hill fort, shall we? Yeah, I think it's actually faster to just go from here. So let's do that.
Take extra care on these.
I've thought about that too, Savicom, and I'm 100% with you. I mean, we call them the Vulcans, for God's sakes. But the problem is, I don't really want to just kind of rename the Vulcans. For the reason being, whatever's going through your head right now. Right? Right? Like, just be honest about it. I've actually thought that quite a bit when it comes to nomenclature, and with very few exceptions, I've decided to just kind of leave the names alone. Even I agree there is such a thing as too much rewriting. Having said that, please go watch my rewrite series, where I completely rewrite everything to the point where you can't even recognize it. All right, so see, that's my thought, Blade Javal.
As a means of survival.
So I actually had a thought about that, Sovicom. I like the idea that the Romulans call themselves that in English, you know, in nomenclature. Not because that's their name or anything like that, but because they heard about the Romans from Earth history and it appealed to them. And, like, as a decision, they introduced themselves as the Romulans. Yeah, you get the general idea of that immediately, right? Because you know the Star Empire was watching EarthGov as they were developing. Not yet well, I mean, yes, but only 2 movies are live on YouTube right now. Our Diablo and our FF1.
This is my territory. Walk from the sky.
This guy spacked him up against a rock and then started burning him to death with knives. Certainly feels a little higher level than I am. Just a little. Might be my gear getting out of date, too. Yeah, exactly, Blade Chaval. So they kind of want to be called Romulans, but they're actually the or something like that. But minor is probably the wrong word, because the whole point is it's a PR stunt, right?
Succession.
And either way, I mean, what explanation would you give, 040? Because we're not changing the name. That's not negotiable. Bye. Also, that's ignoring the fact that the Romulans are based on Roman society. That's to a T. Their military leader is called a praetor. Thank you, Doom Rider. Yes, please go watch our Diablo. In fact, I believe if you type in a chat !rewrite, you should get a link to the playlist. Let's check that. Where does that link? What does this link to? No, that links to FF1. My bad. Well, that's one of the rewrites. Doom Rider 56 for Stranger Paradise, the other FF1 rewrite. Legend, Pokemon Arceus. EFF Pixel Remasters. Thank you always, Doom Rider. Oh man, join us, Doom Rider. Join us. Yeah, they've even got the frickin' Eagle standard. The Raptor's wings, I think is what they actually call that in universe. Because I thought it would be funny, TSB, and so it's an option when you establish a character that you can change their voice, and that was one of the options. So, let's see. I had a couple other questions here. So Savicom asked, speaking of rewrites, how do I see the timing working out between R-Trek and RFF, at least at the moment? What do you mean by timing? Yeah, join us for RFF3. RFF2 is actually mostly casted right now. In fact, a lot of lines have already been submitted. I just sort of haven't had control of my life for the last 3 months. Oh, which way we focus on first? RFF. As soon as I take my next short dark, someday, I'm going to lean heavily into actually outlining and hopefully even scripting all of RFF, the whole series. And what I want to do, and I think I talked about this in the Discord, is I want to cast RFF in one big casting call. I want to cast the whole franchise. And because that'll give me a little more tools and options and ways to decide who gets which roles across the whole franchise. This way we don't have a situation where, for example, random just keeps getting the villains for some reason. Oh. What did I say out loud, Luke? Ah! Random did a great job of Fury, and I've heard his takes.
Him who knows that I know what he seeks to know, knows it well, while he who knows not what I know, or know not.
Oh god, we're having the echo from Final Fantasy XIV.
see me, yes? Then congratulations are due. You have found the man you seek. I am, or was, perhaps like you, a child of man, bound to the dragon.
No, Ross.
Well met, young Arisen.
What is with the desync here? You seeing this?
Forged by the dragon.
Actually, I like that idea of 40. Okay, you said where the scar is. Yeah, no, that audio was offset by like 2 seconds. That was a huge gap. Alright, Ross, I need you to give me your best. Amon! No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Occasionally I will lean into accents. I will also freely admit that I tend to give roles based on accents in some cases. In some cases. For example, Evo played Adria for our Diablo, and Gigapudding played Magda. The two of them are sisters in our Diablo, right? The significance of that is they have similar accents, not actually the same. One of them is Hungarian and one of them is Kazakhstan. But point being, they had similar accents. And so as soon as I heard both of their voices, it was just, that's perfect. And I linked them up like that, right? So I do take accents into account when it comes to casting. But I don't demand an accent unless it's a very specific story point I'm trying to make. Like I did with the Zelda Theater. You probably don't remember that. But for those of you who didn't watch it, first of all, shame on you. Please go watch it. I'm really proud of it. Second of all, a lot of people disagree. Second of all, there's one actress who had to voice 2 different variants of an accent to distinguish which person she was at the given point in time. And then I had another actor who had to mimic one of her accents for when he was talking. So that's the kind of thing, because at that point it was kind of an identifier. It was a bit of visual storytelling or audio storytelling or whatever. So that is something I will lean into. But that's usually very specific kind of a stuff. For example, it would make sense to me that Yang would have a bit of an accent, but if he doesn't, it's not the end of the world. Similarly, someone like Edge could have an accent, since we know Eblon is kind of way off over in the boonies kind of a thing, right? So they could have a completely different kind of an accent.
Well met, Arisen of the present day. New forged link in the grand chain. You have come seeking meaning for that slate and the words it bears. There is none save that it brought you here to me. My form can be discerned only by the true Arisen. I am the Dragon Forged. Go now. Tell him that gave you the cipher of what you have heard here.
Okay, that is all the quests now.
What to do in this quest?
That's everything. So, let's pop this. Go here, really quick. Just super quick. So, Dark Prince Revan asked... You got it, Necreasy! You should have known that I would never loot by instinct in a video game. Hang on, I'll run back up. It's daytime, so it won't be as bad as a run this time. I'll run back up there. No, I believe you. I believe you. I'll make the walk. Dark Prince Revan asked something that, believe it or not, I've been chewing on for a really long time. And I know that sounds strange because he just asked it, but no, this is something that's been in the back of my head for forever. Did you know that most real-life militaries and fictional militaries have a specific rule set for naming ships? Do you know that? Ships of, like, certain qualifications are named after rivers. Ships of other categories are named after countries or locations. Then you have ships which are named after people. Those are usually battleships, for example. But I don't have evidence of this, Evo. I'm really glad you're liking the cookies. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. My point is that there's conventions. There's naming conventions. And that's not just... Yeah, Carrier is another good example. That's not just done for the sake of rules, but from a fictional perspective, it adds a little bit of narrative potential. Because if you see a ship coming, and you're not sure what it is, but you can get its name, and the name is such and such, then immediately it's like, aha, that's this type of ship, right? And yeah, it also adds a little bit of in-universe world building and flavor and flair to the ships, which, you know me, I'm all about that.
I'll set its wings ablaze.
So in short, no, I haven't come up with an exact system. Yeah, it's the Eisenhower. Run! I haven't come up with an exact system for naming my ships yet. The only thing I've come up with is that I do want a system for naming them. I feel like what I will probably do, because something I've been chewing on in the back of my mind is how I want to divide ship classes. One idea I keep tossing around, and admittedly I'm tossing this around a bit for our Trek as well, is the idea that there's not... that a galaxy class is not always the same as every other galaxy class. That they're not assembly lined, but rather that each ship is built kind of on its own, right? That each individual ship is crafted to be that ship, probably based off of a template, but customized to the point where it could be of a large different variety of mission profiles, right? So you could hypothetically have a cruise galaxy ship, or you could have a battle galaxy class ship, or stuff like that, right? Something else we could do, Ross, is we can make it so that there's a specific class of ship in each given era, which is the modular class. So you could, and Galaxy would make a bit of sense for the TNG era, for example. So you've got 5 or 6 different mission profiles for galaxies that are each designed differently. And I have to decide that before I decide nomenclature, because that obviously determines what kind of stuff there is for that.
What's that?
Hey, a fairy stone, which normally would be very valuable. And an ancient scroll. And silk. Woolen cloth. I like that idea. Scales of justice. So if you see the GTA 5 on approach, it's like, oh crap! Exactly, Ross.
Surely the Dragonforged's knowledge will be
Exactly.
of use to you, is it?
I am enjoying myself weirdly a lot for a game that essentially has no story. I was talking to my brother-in-law during the lunch break, because it's really weird, especially me, as much as I have whined lately about people's over-focus on story, I do still like story in my games, and I do still want story in my games, and there kind of isn't any. But what this feels a lot like, from a streaming perspective, is it feels like streaming a Pokemon game. I know that sounds weird, but like, we're just kind of chilling and chatting and doing our thing and running around playing games, and that's cool.
The path ends.
I do actually enjoy the gameplay loop. I haven't even been bored or irritated yet. And I fully expected to run into that kind of an aggravation problem, and I haven't yet. Could be TSP. You're right. That is very, very viable. Like, it would be so easy to imagine this is worse. Imagine if the enemies had twice the health, or 5 times the health. Imagine if the enemies in this game could hit you 5 times as hard, especially with the lack of dodge roll. Imagine if there was no teleport system at all, and right now I had to physically walk back to town instead of just doing this. Blah 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 blah. Like, there's a lot of ways to make this gameplay loop a lot worse.
One can reach it from anywhere with the use of...
And I think the relative, that's true, Nick Crazy. I think the relative smallness of the Overworld map is actually to its credit. For all intents and purposes, we've seen the Overworld map. I'm not actually joking. This is kind of the whole Overworld map. This, can you see my mouse cursor? I can't even tell if you can see my mouse cursor. Hang on, let me pull this down. Can you see? You can see my mouse cursor. Okay, cool. So, like this is kind of it. Like this is the whole Overworld right here. And it's also mostly a strip, too. There's one fairly large area, open area. This is like right here, and a little bit of an open area right here. For the most part, it's these kind of narrow corridor things, like this valley here, or this thing going over this way. We've been everywhere already. And that's not a complaint. Quite the contrary. I think it's actually making the game better. Because there's not a lot of huge open swaths of nothing. Especially in a game where there's no real traversal tech. And yeah, we still have our squeaky pond. Yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. I'm not just trying to diminish your opinion on the matter. It's just, I'm trying to explain why I've been enjoying myself. Now, we do have Dark Blight Isle, or Blark Dyke, Deck Duke, or Death Doom Dark Day. Something like that. We're not there yet. We'll get there. Bitter Bluck, Black Bluke, something like that. I don't know. It's something like that. Delete all these questions. Delete all these questions. Give Evo a hug. Okay, let's do it. Let's turn in like the 5 quests we just did.
Not a text, you say? A cipher, crafted to bring you to the Dragon Forged. I see. If this man speaks true, and is immortal, there's a fair chance he guided his grace as well. Be that the case, his words are well worth heeding, sir. Meet with him as time allows. With luck, he'll lead you to victory as well.
I mean, you're exactly right, Kira White Noise. It needs story to hook, and it needs gameplay to retain. And ironically, also both. Because at a certain point, gameplay will get old. But we'll put up with gameplay that's getting old if there's a story worth doing it. So, you kind of need to, like, be leapfrogging. It's why having a game that just has good story and good gameplay is always the ideal. Let's see. We haven't killed any rabbits yet. We have killed an ogre.
You have my thanks, sir. Terrible thing what happened to that monk. There was naught for it.
I really hope so too, Nakrizi.
The Faith, as all humankind, are victims in the madness wrought by the dragon's coming. That fear of the worm should drive a man to die in pursuit of old stones. I forget myself. At day's end, the Duke has gained more of the knowledge he so ardently seeks. 'Tis a victory.
Getting there in levels. That's a good way to put that, Kira White Noise. Intro and outro need a story, a good story, but the middle needs a good gameplay. Ideally, you should have good across everything. No, we can't have sex with him. He's not our cousin, TSB.
Then the gatherings of salvation did have sinister purpose. 'Tis a grave shame the Elysians slipped our snare. We shall redouble our vigilance here to keep the city safe. I fear you are as like a target as Grand Sorin, though. Pray, be wary, Arisen. For now, I leave you with my thanks.
No, not yet, Darkman's Ruin.
Ah, good Arisen. Word of your victory over the Goblin Horde precedes you, sir. With the fort back in our hands, the south of Grancis is shielded once more. You've quelled yet another of His Grace's worries. May your success continue, sir.
Let's return to Stefan.
He does have a new quest still. Let's go and pick up while we're here.
It will be my honor to show you the ready charges for the worm hunt. The choice is yours.
I'll be right back.
Of course. Give the...
Right, we're at the meet the Duke step, which means we might finally be able to meet our one true love. No, not that one. No, not that one. No, not that one. The one they intended to be our one true love. And then for some reason, let us romance a 14-year-old girl. Alright, so. Would I replay Oblivion if it had co-op? I would replay Oblivion if it didn't have co-op. I love Oblivion to death. It is absolutely a sushi game, and it has been so for a very long time. Reviewing it, honestly, kind of made me appreciate it more, because I reviewed it without mods. And if you don't understand the significance of that, it means I still enjoyed the game quite a bit, and it scored what it did, which is like 140 or something, which is really good, without mods. So I need Necrophagus Loins, Necreasy, in order to upgrade the daggers. I don't have any of those. And that's probably not going to be the longbow I use long term. Hey, MJDD creator, what's going on? Loins, loins. Look, I've got to have sex with them so much. They just fall off right there, just like that, on the ground. I also would love to get 2 more work tables, but I've already looked in, or rather you guys have already looked into that, and I may just give up on it.
The master works all, you can't come again.
If anybody knows where a really good longbow is, I'm not opposed to the idea of just going and grabbing a good weapon, by the way.
Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
Yeah, I'll leave those for now. I didn't actually mean to do that.
Today.
That's what I meant to do. Okay. Given how our level's progressing, I might actually put on some of the DLC gear now. It's not even that much better than what I currently have. Oh yeah, no music. Thank you for reminding me. Wow, that's actually worse than what he has. That's hilarious. Yeah, I've actually outpaced the DLC armor in several cases. Well, you see, Evo. I really like pineapple. I don't know. I mean, it's just... I guess I'm just kind of weird. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, Monster Hunter World is supposed to be pretty legit on the gameplay loop. A little bit, you know, sloggy, which is the main reason I've walked away from it for so long. But, you know, good. Give me a sec. I'll tell you our bow. We are currently equipped with the reinforced longbow. So looks like that. Oh yeah, I should write that down. Thank you for reminding me. What would I do without you, Evo? You know, other than die, obviously. Ugh. Anyways, to fully answer your question, Evo, if Oblivion had co-op, I know someone who I would play that with immediately. In fact, I know 2 people I would play that with immediately. Just, yeah, no, we're playing this now. That's a thing that's happening. No choice.
What will it be today?
No choice. Interesting Kiroi noise. I mean, that does depend on other people generously helping. So I don't want to rely on that. But it is good to know that the option at least exists.
What will it be today? What will it be today? Have your pick. Come again soon.
The Black Cat Shop?
Can this arisen slay the dragon as...
Okay.
We wait, and we listen for further word.
Well, give me 1 sec. Let me finish this quest first. Which is apparently up here.
Salomet was a scholar, the leader of a council of sorcerers. He was a genius, a luminary.
Oh, I'm the boss, Blade Javal. That sounds egotistical, but I don't mean it that way at all. I'm the one who says what we're doing, where we're doing, how we're doing it. Organizer might actually be a better word. Now, A, I'm good at it and I enjoy it, but B, most of my friends tend to prefer it if I just tell them what we're doing next. You didn't see it, but when me and my friends were playing Grounded, I was the one sitting there being like, alright, I need you to go grab these trees, I need you to go over this area to farm these. You're coming with me, we're going to head over here and grab this thing. I had Grounded, because I already played Grounded, so I kind of knew it, right, from the review. So I knew exactly what we wanted at a given stage. And my policy was very simple. I was completely hands-off until they asked me what to do next. And the moment they did, I already knew exactly what to do next. I suggested several base sites. I suggested several things we could build the bases out of. And I let them decide all the specifics, because I don't want a table captain. But, yeah, I'm the one who's like, alright, you should see me play WoW, too. We're doing these quests, skip that one. Then we're doing these quests. Then we're doing these quests. Bam, bam, bam.
Until the day he went mad. He put the fruit of the council's research to the flame and disappeared. Geniuses are so off-touched with madness. I care only about the tome he kept with him in his research. I would make it mine, sir. Even if it means sifting through the muck to find it. Yes, this is it. At long last, Salomet Grimard is mine. It wears a humble look, but there's an aura of such power about it. 'Tis a wonder. My thanks, sir. Truly, I must do aught to repay this kindness. In the future, should we meet again.
I've learned what to do
Interesting.
this way. He was well glad to have the tome.
Alright, well, cool. So, Evo says, Dear Lore, you are so egotistical and terrible that you would refuse under all circumstances to allow someone else to lead in a particular group that you're playing in co-op. Because you're disgusting and because I hate you. Dear Lore, please die in a fire. Sincerely, Evo.
This shop will see to your hair, should you be of a mind to have it styled. As expected.
She's so polite about us because she's Canadian. She can't help but actually be polite about it, right? So she's like, but you know, if you have time, could you please die in a fire? If it's not too much of an imposition, could you just like, I just need to spit on you, just a little bit, you know, just a little. Okay, cool. Nobody working on the walls. Oh, wait. He wasn't working on the wall.
Armorers trade in a wide variety.
Yeah, some people will just be rude. They'll be like, go die, Lore. And I'm like, alright, so let's go talk to Black Cat, see what he's got. I am totally cool with someone else being the manager. In fact, if you're paying attention and you listen to the nuance of what I was just saying, I only manage when I am called to. I'm not always the boss. It's kind of the same policy I have for spoilers, or not spoilers, excuse me, backseating. If I ask for backseats, cool. Otherwise, no. And it's pretty much the exact same mentality. If the people I'm playing with ask me to do something, I've got plans already ready because I've been thinking about it while we're going.
The scrivener at the Black Cat.
But otherwise, we're cool.
Objects in your possession.
The Duke. Now why would I place even so? I'm sure you'll find out.
Alright, what do you got for me? Aho! But not a workbench. In raids, I'm the boss. You're doing what I'm telling you to do, or you're getting out of my party. Raids are different. Sorry. The moment you join my raid group is the moment you realize that I'm not your friend anymore, but I am now your boss. Sorry. Die. Alright, so, we've got the Hydra Husk and the Bezel Crown, both of which, if I don't have any other information to judge by, so just based on strength, are worse. Thoughts? Exactly, Light. Do I enjoy playing low intelligence character in tabletop? Actually, no. I tried that twice in my life. Both times, the idea was neat, but the execution just wasn't there. Wait, can you wait, Evo, please? For me? Yeah, raiding is harsh, but it has to be. Raiding's hard. Fun. Yeah, our current bow is rank 2, I'm pretty sure. Give me a sec.
I'm sure you'll find anytime.
Yeah, we have a... Nope, I'm sorry, it's rank 1. 1 star. Something I've been thinking... Think of it as a lesson, Evo. This is a self-control lesson. Something I've been... God, I can't remember. I had a character idea for a tabletop game, and I haven't had a chance to play it. Because I always actually just play myself. I don't know if you've ever noticed that. I always just play myself, and I even stand by that, because I don't get to play myself in real life. So I get to play myself in, you know, in D&D. That's the trade-off. I had a character idea, and I'm trying to remember what the hell it actually was now, and it was like, aha! I'll finally play something different. Okay, so... Pine branches, that's what I need. And chaff stem.
The master work come again.
But yeah, no, Ross is correct. Being a raid leader is taking the ownership of the raid and acknowledging that if stuff goes wrong, it is functionally your fault. So should I buy one of those bows? Not that I'm aware of. Speaking of which, decrees, I need to go turn that in.
Greetings.
I think I need to turn those in. Nope, apparently those just turned in automatically on the fly. Okay, cool. Cool.
The Pawn Guild stands ahead. It is a gathering place for my kind.
What level am I? I'm level 27. Time to go to Bitter Black Bluke and Bluck the Blackers, bliggering them bludgeoningly. Damn it. I hate running into people who do not have frickin' whatever. Blathering Blatherskite. Gotta admit, it's a good code phrase. You're never gonna say that in casual conversation. And most other people aren't going to say that either. Which is why I do it, Evo. Obviously. Yeah, Savicom just slides that into casual conversation. Yeah, could I get a footlong on white, please? Blathering Blatherskite!
It will be the choice. This is a high honor, Arisen. See, you do not take it lightly. Here are the details. Wondrous tidings, Arisen. The Duke is to grant you an audience.
Cecil, Terra, and Cloud, Ross.
His Grace wishes to commend you for your valor and your service to the land. Know, however, that any errand you have taken on will be left to another to complete. You will also be asked to return your writ of permission to join the hunt. If you have aught left undone, pray tend to it afore you come to see the Duke, sir. I must be clear. Your audience with His Grace will put an end to any current tasks, and you will be asked to return your license to the Worm Hunt. Knowing that, are you prepared to see His Grace now?
Orin? No, I know. So, okay. I figured hardest in terms of finding the best. No, I'm going to voice Kefka. We all know that. Finding the best actor for the job. Those three roles are very, very difficult roles to fill. And I am going to be picky as hell with all four of them. Or all three of them, excuse me. Terra, Cloud, and Cecil. I suppose technically I should add Kefka to that list because I am going to let people audition for Kefka. I'm just going to be very honest about it because the person you're auditioning against will be me. I'm going to be your competition there. It's the one time I'm going to let myself be like, you know... Anyways. Although I might voice Vivi again. And Garland. And Necron. Anyways, point being that, you're absolutely right, Bladeful. That's what I meant, though. Because I already have had a really hard time casting people because I've already had, like, 3 or 5, in some extreme cases, equally talented actors all auditioning for one role. And that just sucks. It's actually another reason why I would like to go ahead and cast all of FF at the same time. Because if I say no to, I don't know, Blade Cheval for a role, at least I know that there are other roles I can immediately slot him in for. As opposed to just being like, nope, get out of here, death. And then, like, just punching him in the gut for a few minutes because of how terrible of a casting director I am. If you'll excuse me, I'll be right back.
You are quite certain? No tasks left incomplete? No need for the license to the hunt? Understood. A guide?
An audience with the Duke. Quite an honor. I cannot accompany you to the Duke.
Okay.
An audience with the Duke.
Well met, sir.
Quite an honor.
Okay. That was very strange. Are we still online? I should check. Okay, yeah, we lost seconds. That was just weird. Okay. Okay. So, sorry, you asked if there's any other games I think that might establish precedences, new categories and whatnot that we haven't yet. You know, I'm not sure we have. We have covered RTSs, we have covered 4Xs and grand strategies and tactical games. That's pretty much the gamut of strategy. We've covered management strategy, we have covered... pulling up the list here. We haven't actually played a racer yet. Mario Kart is on the block, as is Forza Horizon, but neither have actually been funded yet. Here it is. Let's see what else we got down here. We've played a few flight games, builder games, dungeon crawlers. Not a lot of them, but we have played a few. Fighting games, lots of FPSs. Lots of platformers. Yeah, Diddy Kong Racing is the only racing game after the Oblivion line that we have. No, Eva, okay. I accept. I mean, I don't. You should quit your jobs, quit your chores, and just watch me forever. We have one roguelike on the list. We probably should have more, but we do still have one. We have 43 RPGs on the list. We have 4 Souls-likes, 3 stealth games. We actually have a lot of survival games on the list, weirdly enough. A couple of visual novels. We haven't really gotten a lot of Zelda games yet, but the Zelda block is going to solve that. Yeah, I don't know. Other than fleshing out racers... and sports. I think that's kind of it. We have a bunch of beat-em-ups, too. And honestly, I don't perceive sports games really getting on this list. I know, right? We don't have a lot of Zelda games, except for every Zelda game. Because, like, I don't mean any offense by this, but can we even think of a sports game really worth reviewing? Like, it has to be something that's worthy of review, that you're interested in, that I'm interested in. Well, I guess I don't have to be interested, but you do have to be interested in it. So you have to be interested in it, and it has to be worthy of review. NBA Jam? God, was that the SNES? Golf Story I could see, but if I'm being honest, Golf Story is kind of more of an RPG. Mega Man Soccer, that will be on the list, as will Double Dribble, consequently. I guess we are going to have to add a sports category at some point, because we do have a couple of very asterisky exceptions to that rule. I think Tecmo Bowl is also on that list, now that I'm thinking about it. You know what's funny is the idea of Mega Man Soccer actually sounds awesome to me. It's just the game sucked. No, really, think about it. It's the same reason Mario Strikers, the GameCube version specifically, was actually a legitimately awesome game. It's sports plus superpowers. It's a pretty common formula, but it's a very proven formula that works quite well. Good, Brigwin. I think that's good. I hope that's good. Yeah, that's true. We did play kickball in Mega Man 8. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Sorry. Point being. Oh, hey, it's our one true love.
Tonight the fisher knight leaves the humble shores of home for the heady depths of Cart. Pray, let this token from humble Festi garner favor with the leviathans within. Oh, tut, no time for thanks, friend. The Duke awaits. Sail on, dear knight, sail on.
Fingers crossed, Bregman. For real.
Look at the brave knight.
There is a genre for Oregon Trail, and I don't remember what it's called. I mean, I know they're technically qualified as educational games. Edutainment, as it's sometimes called. I guess that is technically the answer. They're edutainment games, but I guess that makes sense though, because I would probably put that and Sim Earth in the same category. Whereas by contrast, Sim Ant is a time waster game. And then Sim City is a management sim. So I just... So there's the Duke.
I fear your crown outshines my own. By my command, every road in Grancis shall be open to you henceforth as a member of the Worm Hunt. May your efforts help deliver us from the shadow of the dragon. As long as that damnable beast draws breath, I'll fain accept any help on offer. All right.
Did you notice how he just passively insulted us there? I'll accept any help under these circumstances. Implied Even you.
Arisen. Hail, sir. It seems you truly stand apart from the rest of us. Some sneered when I presented the Hydra's head. Said it was your feet alone that won it. In truth, I cannot deny it. I had no hand in it. 'Tis plain fact. But what of the enlistment corps, then? What meaning does our fealty hold? I have no answer to give my men. To give myself.
The sovereign of this land ill comprehends the urgency of the danger it faces. This eve's empty pomp is ample proof. All gaiety, without a hint of real concern. I'll allow, 'tis well understandable. A people numbed by 2 generations of peace cannot be expected to know true resolve. 'Tis a lesson taught by fire and sacrifice. Pray let his grace learn before the fire takes all. But I ought not speak in such bold terms before his grace.
So, I have a theory that explains all of this. But it's really spoilery to discuss it, so I'm just gonna say, I have a theory. And hopefully I'll remember to talk about it when we get there. Hey, it's our one true love. No, our actual one true love. Or at least the one the game wants us to be one true lovey with.
My. Apologies, dear warrior. But to see a face austere as the castle walls adorned with this... Still, 'tis more agreeable than the endlessly dour air of most of my husband's sawn swords. Valor dwells in the heart, after all. The brave ought not need their raiment to speak for their mettle, no?
I mean, come on. The first cutscene is like, hey, hey, hey! Hey, hey! The game really pushes you to romance her. Like, really. It's clear she was the intended romance option. I don't have information on why the affinity system was used instead of just locking it in with her.
I fear I am remiss in asking your name, sir.
No, this is the Duke's wife, aka the woman he hasn't slept with in a bajillion years. No, seriously, that's a plot point. Now, if we talk to her, like, again, then we're probably locked in with her, because she has things that raise affinity way higher than anything else. Like, it's really common for someone to just be like, oh, she's got a thing over her head. And then she's just suddenly glowing pink.
Arisen? You must forgive me. I fear I am grossly ignorant in matters of war. I had thought all who fought shared the title warrior.
Nah, that's cool. Anyways, we're just gonna move on. She wants my hat. It does make sense. She is in a loveless marriage. Politically arranged. And her husband clearly despises her.
By decree of the Duke, you are to be allowed free passage into the castle. This right extends only to your person, and you are advised to comport yourself fittingly. A grievous breach in conduct will see you removed from the castle, or worse. You will take your orders from the Duke's Chamberlain, Aldous. Speak to him for further instruction. May the Maker see you on to further glory, sir.
I have a stupid question.
How fared your audience with His Grace, Arisen?
When did Dragon Age Origins come out?
At your service, sir. I serve as a Chamberlain in the Duke's court. As you may have seen for yourself, it seems His Grace is unwell. In truth, there is worry enough to make any man's head ache. But I fear he ails of worse than worry. Perhaps I ought not speak further on the matter, for my own well-being. I am charged with assigning royal orders, tasks of great import issued by the Duke himself. pray forgive the bother, but I ask that you come to see me here in the castle whenever circumstances allow you to take on assignment. The future of this war is murky, sir. May your efforts help to bring its end into sight.
What war? There's no war going on. Don't be exaggerative. When did Mass Effect 1 come out?
You've made quite the name for yourself since last we spoke.
I'm going somewhere with all this, I swear. That's what I thought. So the reason I bring all that up is I wouldn't be surprised if you're right, that there was an executive mandate to add romance options, but because of the development of this game, they couldn't actually do real romance options, so they did the affinity system. Right? And because, yeah, like Kina and Mercedes and I don't remember how to pronounce her damn name, are clearly like the romance choices, the only ones that kind of lean in that direction. And yet they don't really actually do anything with any of those other than what's her face.
It pains me to burden you, busy as you are with the royal orders, but there is aught I would speak of with you. It is a cause of worry, though I speak of skeletons have been sighted near the capital these past few days. Elsewhere, I've had no end of reports of secret meetings among the zealots of salvation. I cannot help but see the two as intertwined, though I have no evidence to prove it. Still, I'll be damned if I allow their kind to go corrupting the minds of good people for want of evidence. Arisen, I ask this as a favor. Will you look into these events and hunt out any thread that connects them? I believe I've learned where the cult meets. I've made note of it on your map. I ask you begin your search there. Go.
That's a really strange answer, Inami Shao. I believe you. That's just a really strange answer. Yeah, uh-huh. So, I don't agree with you, Colgrim. Wait, sorry, I need to say this in internet speak. You're wrong and you're literally Hitler! But I don't feel like there's enough of a result of affinity for it to really flesh out the game in the ways that it should. Hear me out for a second. Let's add 2 additional layers. Actually, technically 3, but 2 additional layers to the affinity system. And if we did that, I would agree with you completely. First of all, change kind of the note, like change the dialogue that they say and how they say. Nothing new, like you don't have to do new cutscenes or whatever. That'd be nice. You don't have to. Just their tone and what they say when you approach them or when you see them in quests is different based on your affinity. And track that for the major NPCs, right? So, you know, Mercedes is like, I have a job to do with you. Or if you're high on affinity with Mercedes, she's like, oh, it's you again. Yes, awesome. So, we have a task together. And, you know, just the tone is so much better, right? Improved, added to, whatever you want to call that. The other thing, sorry, I was reading something really quick there. The other thing I would do is I would make it so that you could actually recruit people who max out affinity to join your party. Maybe even give them some unique abilities. Unique just to them. So you get Mercedes and she has this, like, I'm just making something up, a giant shield slam. And it's just this huge sweep, and it knocks everything down in a huge wave in front of her. I don't know, something like that, right? So, there you go. Just give them some kind of unique powers and abilities as they join your party. I know what you're thinking, but she's not a pawn. That's why the other change would be just to eject the pawn system and replace them with freaking mercs. What do you think? Exactly, Cashel. Baldur's Gate 3 does exactly what I'm positing. the tone of how they respond, even when you just click them and they're like, hi, changes completely based on their rep with you. That's true, I'm literally Stalin! You can tell by my facial hair. But I am curious what you think, because the problem I have with the affinity system isn't the affinity system, it's that they don't do anything with it. Of course I wouldn't, Savicom. Nobody's going to look at you the same way if you have the power over time. And the more they think about it, the more it's going to bother them. It's not a burden people need. Is this the idle quest right here? Wait. So if he's literally Hitler and I'm literally Stalin, are we divvying up Poland? Who's Poland in this case?
Remember to both buy and sell items regularly.
No, whatever, let's go ahead and grab this. So, I'll take any suggestions, Necreasy, if you have any.
Excellent. His talent is to such height, I must gain. It's often secure or say, the master works all, you can't go, come again.
Capcom is Poland. Done. Let's chop up Capcom. You can get Dragon's Dogma. I'll take Mega Man. You can have Dead whatever it's called. I'll take Breath of Fire. Let's see, what else we got? There's actually a lot of IPs under Capcom. Like a lot. And we're gonna partition off Capcom. We're gonna sign an eternal pact of universal agreement, and then eventually you will declare war on me in order to claim the rest of Capcom. Oh yeah, Devil May Cry. We gotta partition all. Devil May Cry, Resident Evil, Darkstalkers. When was the last time we had a Darkstalkers thing? Sorry, Ross. You're secretly the Ottoman Empire, and you don't get a part of Breath of Fire.
I hear no end of praise. Have your pick.
Chaos Legion. There's actually a lot of IP. I'm actually trying to think if there's Strider was under Capcom, I'm pretty sure. I can't think of everything. There's Street Fighter is under there. Monster Hunter is under there. We'll give Monster Hunter to Kiera White Noise. She can have that. That's cool.
What will it be today?
Okay, so Furnival's Matter and a flask of water. I think I have a flask of water. That's because I don't. Okay, nope, that's actually solvable. We're gonna get out some flasks of poison.
Come again soon.
Onimusha. Oh my god, excuse me. Dino Crisis. I loved the premise of Dino Crisis. I'm sad that that's just been a dead IP. I'm not even into the franchise. I'm sad that it's a dead IP. Oh, I've already got flasks of water. Well, whatever. I don't want these flasks of poison. Get out of here. Get out of here. How do I, like, empty the poison? How do I get the poison out of the flask? Oh, I'll glug, glug, glug. Thunk.
How's a day find you?
Alright, so I need to go to Fornival's Manor, which I don't actually know where that is. It's probably one of these two, I would guess. Nope, sorry. Now there's a horrible question. You get the power to bring back one IP. Whatever it is you bring back, it will have one guaranteed great game. And it will sell well, and that'll convince the IP, the rights holders, to keep making games of that IP. You have no control over the quality of subsequent games.
Met with his grace, have you? You're a lucky one, you are. Any rarities to sell? I'll pay right then.
I admit my first thought is Mega Man, but that's a surface level thought. I'd have to really chew on that, because there's a lot of IPs. Okay, so...
We can rest till day or night.
All this worry is murder on...
What is it? I shall thank you not to approach me so brazenly. 'Tis a wide gulf of class stands between us. You would do well to remember that.
God, I hate you. Well, there's Simone, and yes, we have done Land of Opportunity. That's the landlord quest, right? And we did convince them to vacate, and they did do it, so... I mean, we know a biker open world kind of GTA-esque game would work, because... Days Gone, I think is the name of it, exists. I've really stalled on that. I've played it. So, yeah, I'm kind of with you, actually, Colgrim. I wouldn't pick that as my one, but that is an interesting choice. Chasing Shadows is not active.
Once our preparations are complete, we ought meet with Chamberlain Aldous.
Honestly, Magic the Gathering might not be a bad example of a video game, which could use a good video game.
Seems this is where the merchants live. 'Tis quite open.
The problem with Days Gone was that it was... it had a really bad marketing stint and was plugged as something it wasn't. But it's a perfectly good game. It's just, you know...
You can summon pawns as necessity demands.
Suikoden is, of course, a good pick. Excuse me. Secret of Mana... The Mana series has been dead for a while, remakes and ports notwithstanding.
Hello.
I think the last new Mana game we got was either on the PS2 or the DS.
Fellow would be smart to get in good. Just to have your pick.
Icewind Dale.
You like. What will it be today? Understood.
I mean, I'll also make sure she's a character, Savacom. Game. Game.
Aye, the inn.
You know, I can't believe I'm saying this, but being promiscuous isn't necessarily contrary to being a character. Now, Angela's too young for that, but I do actually have a specific example of that. Isabella from Dragon Age 2. That woman looks like that and flirts like that, although she isn't actually a slut, which is a character point, and she's one of the best characters in that game. I get your point. It's just, it's interesting to think about to me, because for the longest time I was just like, put some clothes on. And it took a very long time for fiction to prove to me that you could actually have that and still have an interesting character underneath it. John's not a bad example of what I'm talking about. Oh, that's a good idea, Dark Prince Raven. I like that. So we can increase our affinity with our pawns, and that increases their access to options. I like that. I like that. Yeah, no, Isabella isn't a slut. Exactly. And Jean, which is the example Savakam just gave, is also not a slut. In fact, she's kind of innocently... I think provocative is the word I want to use there.
Well met, sir.
The problem with that is that the majority of people who design characters like that throughout fiction are horny males. If you ever wondered why the look of a lot of the TOS dresses back in the 60s looks that way, it's not because they were interested in designing a good and interesting character. It's because they wanted the women to look hot. Play. There we go. I admit, if I could be real for just a second, as a writer, I struggle with writing that particular flavor of character. Like the Isabella, right? Because I'm always worried in the back of my mind that my simple status as a human male, because I'm definitely human, wink wink, invalidates my ability to write such a character properly. That I'm not sure I could write a character who dresses provocatively and is sexy and still make them a good character, right? I worry about that kind of a thing. Damn right, I need dolphins! No, we need manatees. Points if you get it. Hey, Star Wars. I mean, you're right, Inamisho. You're absolutely right. I also, if I might give my opinion on this, this is a little controversial. I do not like the fact that some people think this bad character was written by a woman is a defense. It's not. She's still a bad character, right? Like, that's not... no, doesn't work that way. Anyways, no, that's not what I'm saying, Star Wars. In fact, I'm saying the exact opposite of that. I know you came in, like, towards the later end of the conversation. But what I was saying was that I worry about my ability to write a character who is simultaneously sexy and a good character. I can name tons of women who are very sexy, who are great characters. 7 of 9. Right off the top of my head. Also, Kira Nerys, while we're in Star Trek. Also, T'Pol, while we're in Star Trek. All 3 of these are some of the best characters of their given shows. And they are in catsuits and other nonsense things designed by the creators of the show because they're juvenile. It's easy to point to sexy women. Hell, it's easy to point to sexy men, too. Tifa, my favorite character from FF7. Miranda, from Mass Effect 2. Tali, from Mass Effect franchise. Morrigan, Dragon Age. See, it's a good approach, Star Wars. I tend to agree. Listen, Tali's hips don't lie, okay? I'm just saying. Okay, so obviously this has got to be past 9 a.m. at this point, right? Like, the sun's up there. So, help? Yes, she was, Blade Jamal. Oh, he offered... Okay, hang on. She was the only one with an ass in Mass Effect 1. Oh!
arisen. It is a matter I thank. I leave shortly. Oh, I
Yep. Done. Let's do it. Okay.
Simone. 'Tis my name, Simone. I've never seen an Arisen before. You've a plainer look than I'd expected. I will admit, it does not sadden me to know I'll not be walking the city with my father. He is a fool, and terribly common. You, at least, are a rarer sort. Very well, I've decided it. You shall be my page for the day. You will do as you're bidden. Am I understood? A fine response. We'll get on well, you and I.
Okay.
We shall begin at the Fountain Square. Come.
Got it. So I need to stay with her and not bump into her. This is gonna suck. I can already tell. Yeah, oh, I already don't like this. And we need to stay not directly behind her because she's gonna stumble. That's not... Okay. Oh, Jesus. We do have the water flask.
Not bad.
See, the horrible reality is that if Savacom wanted to be sexy, like to dress sexy or to be provocative, that's her choice, right?
I suppose the dragon attacks mankind?
She's an individual
Particular delicacy.
who...
And brave. What was it eating until now?
She's an individual who has the right and authority to make such a decision, right? That's totally up to her. Fictional characters don't exist. So we could say a fictional character does that because it's their choice, but it's not. It's our choice, the creators of that character. So there's that extra little niggle of, whenever it comes to sexy in fiction. I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just saying there's an extra layer that needs to be considered. Or ChatGPT's choice. Oh my god.
Be arisen for a servant. Yes, I think I like this. Tell me, Paige, do you find it diverting to travel about slaying monsters each day? I should think anyone with dreams of felling the dragon well deluded indeed. 'Tis mad, really, for a human to slay the worm. Still, Brand Soren will be safe enough, will it not? I'd hope so, with all the guards about.
I do like trash bags, Inamisho. Although I'm not sure what cake and pasta have to do with anything other than being delicious. I wouldn't mind pasta every day. I'll pass on the cake.
Just walking about is dreadful dull, don't you think? Ah! You are a fair hand at hunting, are you not? Let's have a game of hide and seek. I shall be the one to hide, naturally. Come and find me, if you're able. I should think it a simple task for the Arisen. I suppose we'll know anon.
Also, I feel like you're not understanding me, Inamisho. Which, for once, I'm going to put on you instead of me, because I thought I made this point very clear, so... Allow me to re-emphasize my point. Considering that I just mentioned, like, 10 sexy characters who are perfectly good characters. The problem is that it is incumbent upon you as a writer to put extra thought into it because the real-life excuse doesn't exist. You are deciding that, not the character, right? That's the point I'm trying to make. All I'm saying is that writers need to do their freaking job. Instead of just, Okay, so... And there she is. That was easy.
My, sir, I am impressed. I had feared you would give it up for a child's game, but it seems you're not encumbered by pride.
Have you seen my hat, lady? Oh, I don't have it on right now.
Are your travel preparations complete?
Enough. I tire of this place. Next are the markets. Come along.
Aw, that's a good idea, Dark Prince Rowan. Which, of course, will never happen, but, Exactly, Star Wars. That's exactly right. There is no Force, so the Force comes down to the writers and whether or not they did their job properly. And that I admittedly disagree, Inamisho. But I actually get your point, if it makes any difference. Because that argument fundamentally... I shouldn't say argument. That discussion fundamentally boils down to, should real life affect... Let me say that more clearly. Should the inherent problems and biases of real life affect the creation of fiction? I think yes, and you think no. And those are both valid options there. Damn, I thought that was a workers' pack or whatever for just a second. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Would you leave me here, sir? Just where do you aim to go?
What?
Come, you are duty.
I'm right here. Lady. Did I just fail the friggin' quest? For reasons I don't understand. Yeah, Star Trek had a habit of hiring models who are trying to get into acting. And they could get away with it because they're Star Trek. Back in the day, lots of actors jumped at the opportunity to portray a character in Star Trek.
Oh, I can go no further. I am half dead of thirst. Pray, go and fetch me some water. In a proper flagon, naturally. Am I understood?
Okay.
Oh, in a proper... Ah, thank you. 'Tis a shame to waste you as food for the dragon, sir. You make a fine page.
We've done it!
And yeah, the obvious counterexample to in-universe explanation for sexy is quiet. Now, that's low-hanging fruit, because quiet is stupid. But it is an example of an in-universe explanation for sexy, which just falls on its face.
I should think you fleet of foot to keep pace with the creatures you fight. What say you to a contest? I'll race you to... There. See that? And friend.
Oh, man. I unironically think Jolene Blaylock did a great job as playing a Vulcan. I know Savacom disagrees with me, because Savacom is the one true Vulcan, but I still stand by it.
Once our preparations are complete, we ought meet with Chamberlain Aldous.
Seems this is where the merchant...
Sorry, I need to stop mixing my jokes and my seriousness in the same sentence, because I know not everyone can parse that. So, I seriously think Jolene Blaylock does a great job as a Vulcan. I jokingly think Savacom is the one true Vulcan. We all know Savacom is actually a Romulan. Now see, that's a two-step joke that I know she'll get. Tim Russ is also a fantastic, just excellent actor. Does a great job as a Vulcan.
I won! I bested the Arisen! It was simpler than I thought. For a hero, you're nearly as slow as father. I grow tired. I've had enough walking about for one day. Father should be coming home ere long. Let us return as well. You will escort me home, naturally.
Yeah, we'll see.
My thanks, sir, and well done. I knew you were the one to ask. My daughter sang your praises. It seems the Arisen commands the hearts of more than just pawns. I shall come to you directly the next time I've a need.
Okay.
Quest knowledge.
Did we get an item?
Well, it was less dreary than staying in all day, at least. Still, you are better paired with monsters than children, I think. I weep for your romantic prospects. Here, go with this. 'Tis a token for your efforts, if not your results.
Okay, that sounds like a fail. Let's, redo that. I'd have to really think about individual Vulcans that, or actors, excuse me, that do a good job of all Vulcans. Mark Leonard, Tim Russ, and Jolene Blaylock are both the obvious, or all three are the obvious examples. It gets a little trickier after that part. There are a few decent Vulcan portrayals over the years, but for the most part, most of them fall flat.
Once our preparations are complete, we ought meet with Chamberlain Aldous.
What the hell?
Hello. Well, it was less dreary than staying. I'm here.
I could try reloading checkpoint, but I have no idea when my last checkpoint was. And that's going to erase my save, so we could theoretically lose a lot of time. I don't know. Hang on. You know what? Give me a sec. Oh, also, I don't think I'm actually going to give a negative for that quest. That's a fun little quest. I think I'm going to give it a positive. Call me a weirdo. I'm serious. The only thing that makes it irritating is we're specifically going for a specific reward. If you're just about doing the quest, it's a nice little breather quest. And it has some fun little side activities, and I'm with it, right? The problem is we're trying to get the best result, and that it bugged out. Because oh my god, you're running away, that's a bug. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I know, right, Savacom? Like, there's several, but they're just kind of there. Like, Christy Alley? No. So is the golden idol a material or a tool? This is important for reasons I'll get to in just a second. But where would it be if I had it? Oh, I don't remember his name. The guy from Heroes, Ross. He did okay, I guess. Other and quest died. Okay, so it's other. Okay. So let's do some things here. There it is. Okay, so that worked. So we now have 4 of those. Hang on. So what I need to do... Oh god, there's no search function. No, it doesn't matter. I just need to get the ID tag, Colgrim. Once I had the ID tag, I'm good to edit it. Not that I would ever edit this. This doesn't count as cheating, by the way. This is just me fixing a bug. Is it just called... Oh, wait, hang on. What's that? Idol of the All-Mother? No, that's not it. Hang on. Literally Stalin. Death. Hey, I could give myself BBI gear level 3 right now. Gary Graham's a decent actor. He did a decent job of Saval. Oh god, this is a big list of items. No, don't. In the original or in Enterprise, Savicom? She actually is in Enterprise, season 4. A little younger. Ironically, this is more like stop times, Octave. I do apologize it's taking so long. I am manually looking for an item amongst every item that exists with no sort feature. What are BBI novelties? Hmm. There it is. OOAA. There. We now have a golden idol. Because we did the quest correctly. Oh, okay. Sorry, that took so long. Yeah, I need to talk about the day-night cycle, too. I never really gave my thoughts on that. Let me look something up. Well, there is no wait feature in general, other than the inn, which is a negative by itself. But here's the thing I was curious about. Days last 32 minutes, and nights last 16. That is not how that feels, but that is how that should be. What? Characters can be carried and placed in front of locked doors at night. They will automatically open them if you place them appropriately. Anyways, from a narrative perspective, I've actually already jotted down a positive for that. From a gameplay perspective, yeah, no, it really does feel longer, but it isn't, which is important. That's why I looked this stuff up. Having said that, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to give a negative for nighttime, specifically for lighting. It is arguably bad lighting design, and the interface doesn't make up for it. I am then going to give a positive to atmosphere, or nighttime. That's the story. And I know this is going to sound strange, but I think I'm going to give a positive to gameplay for nighttime for how much it affects the enemies, right? How much it changes their attacks, their damage, their health, and which enemies they'll spawn, right? Let's put that under... I'm not sure what to put that under. I guess difficulty. I think I feel good about that. Okay, so I need to give you a thing. Yeah, no, exactly. It is a neat feature. I think with a little bit of polishing, it would be a gross positive, but as is, it is a net positive. I will never forget the first time I went out, really ventured out at night in this game. It was more like my third night in general. I could even tell you exactly where I did it because I could show you on the map. I went... oh god, where is it? It's down here, right? I feel like this is a foresty area right here, right? I think. Yes. No, yeah, this is it. This foresty area right here. I was up here. I was traveling down this way. And it hit nighttime right about here. And I was going through this forest area without a lantern in pitch freaking black. It was exactly as tense as it sounded. And then I ran into that damn wyvern. We actually have seen it. We saw it this playthrough. But I ran right into him. Couldn't see him coming. Just plonk. I died. So we're giving it to him, right? Like that's... I think. God, I'm trying to remember what I'm doing here.
An idol by the Maker. Give it here.
Should I give it to Madeline? Okay, yeah, we'll give it to her.
Beautiful. I shall make for the weaponsmith with all speed. Your efforts will not go unrewarded, Arisen. When next we speak, you shall find my selection quite more to your liking. The master works all, come again. Me, I've no love of iron. The master works all.
So... Aw, we could still only buy the reinforced longbow. Oh yeah, I should do that. He did. Ico. Yeah, that is a good example, Jesse's Mask, I agree. No, we're not at the DLC yet. We'll get there, we'll get there. We gotta beat the game first, I think. Actually, that's an interesting question. So after we beat the actual final boss, is that when we do the DLC, or before that?
The masterwork come again.
And what of the pending contest between
Have your equipment to enhance?
We wait.
The seneschal. Do we do it before or after the seneschal? See, that's what I thought, but no. Okay, so to add this to this question, when do we do it? Because then there's the dragon fight. Okay. What I'm thinking is that a combination of, like, Mercedes... Ah, thank you, Nick Creasy. I was wondering why he wasn't selling anything. I think a combination of Mercedes and the Duke and anybody else that I can't think of right now might add up to a character positive. I usually call that, like, a supporting cast positive. In fact, I should write that down while I'm thinking about that. There is Celine. I don't know why I remember her name. Celine. I'll write her down as maybe. Mercedes. Duke. Not Madeline.
We wait, and we listen
Okay.
for further word.
Let's... where do I start Celine's quest? I want to do that chain.
Duke Edmund as himself recognize the great feats of the Arisen.
So you're saying before Dark Prince Revan?
You humans certainly do make...
Doesn't. So if we do it before, that's fine. That brings up the obvious question, when do we do it? Because that's a high-level zone. Keena's dead. We sort of failed that quest. Shut up! Look. Although, did I put down permanently missable content? No, I didn't. Because there is some permanently missable content. Yep, our cousin is not our one true love. Go figure. We gotta kill off the Jester. So, I guess I'll just Google it. Screw it. Where is Celine? Level 50? Everyone in the starter town calls us cousin. So the joke is that there's a lot of inbreeding going on. Okay, so that's... Where? Oh, that's like right here. We just went right by it. Let's go make a thing right there. Yeah, cousin! We could have gone with a bowling joke. We went with the incest joke. We are terrible. Absolutely, Colgrim. Although it would be interesting to see how quickly I could beat the game if I just gave myself 50,000 in every stat like I have already done. Not now, I mean with the previous playthrough.
Even the saltiest fishermen venture far from shore, I hear. The roads are safer than the brush, but still, we'd best stay wary.
Goblin!
I hate you with bonfire!
Well, no, think about it, Colgrim. 50,000 stamina. I would never have to stop running on the Overworld map. Really think about it. Think about how much that one thing would speed up the game. If you could sprint everywhere. Oh god, that's right. The Hydra's head. Oh no, quest failed. And no having to do this right here.
You'll be fine so long as I'm here.
Master. I'll heal your wounds.
This encampment serves as a fine bulwark against monsters.
Nature is unbridled.
Nah, I'm fine with it, Eternus.
A pleasant corner.
God of War 4. Hang on, let me just pull up the website really quick here. To the website. Hit the stream brave. There we go. Alright, let's see. Yeah, God of War 4 is nowhere on funding. And I looked at that, and some of you probably know this, but there's kind of a weird philosophy behind the list. A lot of people think it's a funding list. It has to be funded to progress, but honestly, I kind of use it a little bit more as a gauger of interest. Something that is very unfunded is something that people are not particularly interested in. Now, there are some exceptions to that, because nothing is simple. But you get the idea. Yeah, it's a bit of a popularity contest, exactly. Point being, I looked at that, and we've already covered God of War 4 pretty recently. It was actually one of the earliest games right before the Oblivion line. And I remember it quite distinctly as a consequence. So, I don't know, I don't really feel a strong need to go ahead and re-review God of War 4. I know it's a good game. And I'm kind of okay with it slow-moding its way into the list. If that makes any sense. And clearly, so is everyone else, too. Yeah, God of War 4 was actually my game of the year that year, if you remember. Speaking of, as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the year, as a reminder, we will be doing the LGA once again this coming January. What we will do is we will go ahead and wait for those rocks to hit us. Am I going the right way? Yep, okay. We will go ahead and wait for December to end, but I want people to be thinking about which kind of games they want and which categories they want for the LGA. That's all. I just want to put it in people's heads so it's something you're thinking about. Which one was Deception? Remind me.
Quite enough about it.
Did it!
I know it's a PS2 game, and I know that because it's like right here. Yeah, right there. Because I had to buy a copy of it. Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, this year we've reviewed Baldur's Gate 3, Dragon Age Origins, and GTA 5. I actually think we'll have some competition this year for the Game of the Year award.
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
Fresh meat.
Human foes may find
Oh yeah, we're also going to have StarCraft 2, and we also had Diablo 3.
I wonder what's inside.
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me, Colgrim. Sorry. So, as a reminder, the way we do the LGA, I wish I came up with this. It's not my idea. I think I wrote down who to credit for this. Hang on. Yes, I have a list of people to credit for this. It was actually Bamber, who is not in chat, unfortunately. Bamber FM came up with the idea for the LGAs to track games we've played that year rather than games that came out that year. It's a great idea. I cannot believe I didn't think about it. It's a great idea. So, all the games we have reviewed this year, which starts with Stardew Valley, for the curious, everything from Stardew Valley up until whatever we finish in December, that's all going to count. So, best game, worst game, best gameplay, worst gameplay, best story, worst story. There's going to be a lot of categories. I'm not going to lie to you. There's going to be a lot of categories. You can vote as much or as little as you want to. We will be... So we had some problems last time. Because it was a new thing. We were still learning what we were doing. So... we originally were just going to have best character, worst character. That quickly ran into issues. So then we did best main character, worst main character, best secondary character, worst secondary character. That also ran into issues, because the definition of best and worst secondary kind of started running into problems, right? So then we started thinking of villains, but then that ran into problems, and there's too many different types of characters, is what I'm trying to say here. So we will probably have a lot of different character categories in order to vote for. Don't worry, it'll be all on a spreadsheet. It'll be all a thing. Don't worry about it.
Don't allow them to surround you. arisen.
Aw. Get rid of
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
it. Best villain. Trevor.
The wood grows thicker.
Actually, so favorite streams is a category, regardless of the quality of the game in question. For example, last LGA, Secret of the Stars was in the running for the best stream of the year. Because even though it's Secret of the Stars, that was a really good stream, right?
The forest of Seven Grances are ever shrouded in this thick mist. We must ford this river to reach the witch's cottage. It is shallow enough to cross.
Visibility is poor. We'll have little forewarning should monsters strike.
How thick this forest. The wood is uncommon dense, almost as if it means to hide.
Wolves hunt in packs.
Block would be interesting. Should you please get this thing off of me? Block, best block or worst block would be interesting. But at the same time, I don't know, I feel hesitant to add that. You know, what do y'all think? What do y'all think?
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
What did win best stream last year? Let's hit the stream breaks. As I say, we haven't done a lot of blocks. We will assuredly finish the Mario block this year, but... And StarCraft, which barely qualifies, but still there. Okay, where the hell did I write down the winners? I don't remember where I wrote down the winners for the LGA. It's on the it's on the VOD. Like we streamed it. I had like little visual aids and everything. No, Colgrim. You're technically correct, which means you're wrong. Did I write it down here? God, I have no idea where I wrote that down. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know who won or lost or anything. I remember what won best stream, actually. No, that's not true. I don't remember what won best stream. I remember what I picked as best stream. But not what I actually wanted.
Leave it to me.
I picked the FF14 stream, by the way. The FF14 stream was the FF14 stream. I don't know what else to add to that, you know?
I shall still the beast.
I'll keep watch.
Perhaps you can avoid saying that.
Could be easier going searching this area now.
Anytime.
What was really funny, during the LGA, everyone was predicting that WoW would sweep all the categories for this year. If I started the WoW block now, we'd probably finish it along with the Mario block, but...
There, Master! Wolves! They're a slippery target. That sent it reeling.
Oh, it's not going to be nearly that long, Colburn. The WoW lore run, which is slower than the review will be, was, I think it was a month and a half.
Help me!
I'll have nightmares from that one. What else would you expect with my help?
There, Master! Wolves!
Why are there so many goddamn wolves in this place? I don't know, Blatcheville. That is a common question I get, and I do not have an answer for it. WoW has more content, but I know it much better, and WoW is a much better pace than FF14. I will have to read more out loud, though. Actually, no, I guess I won't, because FF14, I had to read a lot out loud, too. Never mind, I'm dumb, I'm wrong. Where is this stupid hut? I'm already sick of being here. Yeah, that map is not helpful.
What do you expect with my help? Wolves hunt in packs.
And this is just the cave again. I think there's wolves here. Could you, like, not exist, please? Please. Thank you.
This looks interesting.
Okay.
Yet, for all the danger, this pond feels quite comfortable here.
Or aught similar hangs thick in the air.
In lore, Colgrim? That's a good question. So, if my theory is correct, you know, the one I still haven't told you about, I would say it's limitation on control. That you have to exert so much of yourself in order to control so much of them at a time. There she is. Let's rob her really quick. Yep.
You have need of me? Again?
Lady, I just got here.
Herbs? Ah, for brewing ale. Very well. Here, you are welcome to these.
Okay, can you, like...
You have need of me? Again?
No. Give me your quest. Why is she not giving me her quest? Yeah, sure thing, Colgrim. Hang on. Alas, Dragon's Dogma 2 will not be good. I was gonna say, if we screw this up through thanks to the Kina questline dying, that's gonna suck, because that's 2 quest chains we will have missed out on because of that. Okay, hang on. Give me a second. Yep, we, failing to complete Lost and Found will prevent Witch Hunt from initiating. No, I cannot, Galgrim. Okay, well. So anyways, there's Celine. Moving on. Let's, go do MSQ. Sure. Bye, Celine.
Tis a port crystal. One can reach it from anywhere with the use of a magic item.
Not with memory editing, no, Blade Javal. Plus for replayability. Actually, I do want to talk about replayability when we get there. I mean, we can discuss it right now. Don't got a lot going on anyways.
We ought meet with Chamberlain Orbis. Seems this is where the merchants live.
How fair.
It's quite open.
We'd best make for that alley.
This shop will see to your hair. Should you be of a mind.
Well, generally speaking, for games where it's a little bit less replayable, I tend to give more negatives for that kind of thing, Enemy Show. As opposed to here, where it's more like, well, I mean, you know, that could be worse, it's just bad, right? That's kind of the point of having gradients when it comes to negatives and positives. So the fact that New Game Plus exists, which I got a positive for, does help. And the fact that, you know, it resets quest state, that also helps. But yes, you have to replay it, otherwise death to your save.
Patrons off-coast work notices in the ale.
Many's the person comes to drink here, all bearing different tales.
I mean, all 9 classes are reasonably distinct from each other, but the main distinction in terms of playstyle is, are you doing this, Are you doing this, or are you doing the casting, which I can't even do? Well, those people are stupid, the enemy show. Okay, maybe stupid's harsh, but intellectually challenged.
We near our destination. Tread quietly.
Hello. Yes, Arisen.
Yeah, casting is interesting, I'll admit.
You humans certainly
But
do.
requires a bit more gear to make it work, I think. Which obviously we didn't have. Alright, I'm just gonna Google this. Okay. I guess it's just not late enough. Oh, there. Kit. That's the kit category, Eternus.
What do you make of this new plan the High Conclave's crafted? I know the aim's to sow chaos, but still, I can't but think it's excessive. Talk is, those walking bones have slain 3 of our own. And we're to let such creatures roam the roads?
Aye, if we're so ordered. The rest of the Conclave's design relies on those skeletons to draw off the Duke's attention. I'll grant you their bloodthirst is greater than I'd thought. 'Tis time to send word to the others. Come, no more doubts, brother. You're to begin work under the Conclave soon, no?
Aye, I'm bound for there now. 'Tis my first time. I was surprised at the summons, truth be told. I've not been with Salvation long. I suppose they trust me.
Nope.
I'll not miss the hellish life of a messenger, I'll tell you that.
We ought confront or follow one of them.
Confront.
You! How long were you there? What did you hear? The skeletons. Damn my luck. I'll not hang for salvation. 'Twas only a way to earn some coin in the first place.
They pay a tidy sum for finding new believers and sending them on to the Conclave, though. I suppose my hand in that ends today. Let's be civil here, friend. We're not enemies, you and I. Like, say, I give you a special bit of merchandise in return for a stack of coin. Well?
Sure.
Good, good. Pray, just tell no one it was I what gave you this, eh?
Oh, tell me about it, enemy show.
I've learned what to do in
You've probably know more about this than I do, but everything I've seen about Dragon's Dogma 2 is that they really want to do all the stuff that they wanted to do back then. I'll be right back. Sure, period. Any dinner ideas and preferences for tonight? Question mark. about that. To the catacombs. Bom, bom, bom. Ow.
Soaked to the bone.
I'll heal your wounds.
No, that's fine, Inamisho. I apologize for talking about it. Ooh, a rusted greatsword. Ooh.
What says the map?
Hang on. So anyways, what I heard was in Dragon's Dogma 2, you play as the dragon. And you dragon your dragon while you're dragoning your... No, it has only been... I think this is the first night since then, Crazy. I've been trying to progress the MSQ. First I tried to find Celine, then I found out I'm permanently locked out of her quest. And so now I'm trying to actually push the MSQ. But I was going to talk to him anyways. For unrelated reasons. The dragon has all the sleds. Yeah, so he has not updated his skill. I need spades and hammers. Could you do me a favor and look up, does anybody sell spades and hammers? Greatly appreciate information there too, please and thank you.
Masterwork, come again.
He has a sled horde.
What will it be? Have your pick. Any you like. What will it
Thank
be
you,
today?
Necreasy.
What will it be? Have your pick. Come again soon.
Shoot, I don't remember how many I need. Hang on, hang on.
If you've caused to cross, especially the masterworks, the masterworks, come again. After same as the masterwork, the masterwork, the masterwork, the masterworks all.
3 spades, 5 hammers. 3 spades, 5 hammers. What, Inamisho? Do you look down upon me for my terrible strategies?
Duke's gone. Sure.
Actually, Rosefang sounds like a cool name, if you think about it.
I'm sure you'll find any time.
I like I just buy that stuff, whereas the rusted mace, like, I had to get really lucky with weird RNG in order to get the items to upgrade them.
Have a way of turning up there.
As expected of a residential area, 'tis much more quiet.
There's a barber shop.
No weapon can make temper. The master works all.
Okay.
The master will come again.
There we go. Level 3 rusted sword. Alright. Let's actually do a friggin' quest.
This spring will ease our weariness.
Gotta travel at night during Ghostville. Through Ghostville. Didn't occur to me that this would be Ghostville.
This wins us entry into the catacombs depths. Tis a port crystal. One can reach it from anywhere with the use of a magic item.
Be they man or pong, 'tis hard to
Once
do
our
what
preparations are complete, we ought meet with Chamberlain Aldous. So quiet.
As a day find you.
Hi, Darkrai.
Have you equipment to enhance?
I hear. Have you? What will it be today? Understood.
Part of the reason I don't like doing this is because this accessing server thing can take a really long time.
Here we can rest, manage inventory and skills, and so on.
Oh, it's done. Holy crap. I believe you have to unlock it, Dark Prince Rowan. Don't quote me on that, though. I know New Game Plus mode. Sorry. Of course it is. I know that speedrun mode requires finishing the game first. But I'm not sure about hard mode.
It is massive, and it blinds us to what lies beyond.
Listen, I don't know what you think this is, Dark Prince Revan, but you gotta erase your character to start a new character. That's just obvious. What kind of madman would want to play an RPG and have multiple characters? Get out of here. Nope, I'm good. I'm good. Thanks, game.
Cyclops!
Nope.
Hobgoblin is a formidable foe. Please don't overdo it.
This leads down into the catacombs. I'll take that.
Yeah, I haven't gotten tired of the voice yet.
Few come to offer prayers for those who rest here in the catacombs.
We must find the one controlling the skeletons.
The crypt was fashioned ages ago, before the faith came to Grancis. We'll need to open this gate to use the lift. We cannot pass through. I suspect it's why they returned their dead to the soil. To the earth.
Their souls might be claimed.
Be careful. Walking dead.
Yeah, I know, right, Darkrai?
I'd wager we could scale that wall. I can but envy their
What, Colgrim? I couldn't hear you.
under swarm!
No, Inamisha. I was talking about, like, if you start a new game, like we did. My old save is gone. It's deleted. The one I did the rumination for. With.
What else would you expect?
I'll burst it open! Stand clear, Arisen!
Walking dead there!
I've had quite enough about it.
Fine, it's fine. Don't worry about the corpses.
Watch the ground below.
This must do.
Well, give me a positive to add, Yura.
Now we can get down below.
Help me!
Hey, trophy time. How's your day treating you?
Find an opening, then strike.
The structure is built from a natural cavern. There's half a labyrinth inside.
What's this?
Anytime.
Okay. I'll be right back. What does hard mode do? Like, specifically? If you say it makes it harder, we have a problem.
These vermin come. No honest business brings a man to such a place.
To judge from the beast
I haven't spoken a word. Not a word, I swear it. You must believe me. I'd no idea that was the Arisen. How could I have?
If ever it was
Please!
the seed of a god,
Think well before striking.
Excuse me, I was muted. That guy despawned right in front of me. Did you see that? Oh yeah, that reminds me. What are rift crystals for? I haven't seen a use for those yet.
One at a time. There, human bones that move on their own.
I've quite enough about it.
This must be the work of the darkest magic.
Here, Arisen. 'Tis another way.
Well, that would explain why I haven't had to use rift crystals yet.
Tis weak to fire.
I shall take on the strong.
Interesting, Cobra.
There, Master! Skeletons!
Yeah, I've also noticed, I was looking something up to try and track something earlier, and I found a very large Reddit thread of trading pawns. I'm guessing there's a whole thing on Reddit for that, too.
A skeleton knight!
Oh my god, Tarquin's Road.
Walking bones.
I mean, Lantern makes it harder to see, so I generally don't use it, Tsar. Okay, so I can't get through there. I guess there's up here I could go through? I apologize, give me a minute. I'm trying to track down where this gate is. I admittedly don't buy that particular theory, but I've heard it too on Falkenstein. Walk-through-itis is what we call that, Colgrim. Yeah, I have a key, which I got from the dude, and I need to use it. I have walked all the way through the dungeon and have not actually found the door. So, I am trying to find the door. Physicality? Help me understand, Yura. Like, what do you mean by physicality? The second key of... Excuse me. The second key to salvation is what it's called. So what do you get from Taggart? The walkthrough I'm looking at literally just says there's a double gate on the second level, which is not helpful. I'm currently on the set, like this. Whoop, hang on. This is the second level. So there's a double door here. It's not this one. It's the first thing I tried. There's a double door somewhere here. It's not this one either. That just goes to the exit, and this just goes down. And this is non-interactable. So usually I would put that under viscerality. But I did also give a positive for the height and weight thing. Like a separate positive for that. That door's open. Okay. The quest is Rise of the Fallen. But yeah, no, the fact that your size and height and weight and all that not only changes your stats, but can change which areas you can physically reach into. That's pretty cool, admittedly. It is tremendously problematic in several other games, but they do some neat stuff with it here, so credit where credit is due.
I'm on my way. Strength in numbers arisen.
Don't allow them to swarm!
If monsters are advantage of the uneven terrain.
Avoid further battle.
I wonder what's inside.
A skeleton knight comes!
Excuse me. I'm vaguely amused that my flaming knives don't actually light up anything. Like, you'd think they would, right? So this was not it.
Must stay calm. One at a time.
There's no way we could have lost to that.
I suppose that's fair, Inamisho. I was more thinking of the magical flames, but as you point out, they don't really seem like they have magical flames. They're just superheated, so... I concede the point.
Human bones that move on their own.
Oh my god! Sorry.
They rampage indiscriminately. I've learned of these.
New way to fight
What, like difficulty changing what the party members... Like changing the quality of the party AI? Something like that?
Stand clear! I'll use fire to burst it!
This really looks like a double door on the second level, which has undead beyond it. This really looks like this is where I should be going.
The first strike shall be mine.
We need magic to fill this beast.
Do not let them close. Patience.
I've learned
I do have the key, right? I have the first key to salvation. What? Okay, where's the... What?
I shall watch the spirit's actions.
Without wearing a set of salvation robes, you approach the two cult members below the bridge. One will run off, but the other will break cover and speak to you. You can convince him... Oh. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I didn't read that as clearly as I should. Let me explain. So, if you bribe him, you get the first key, and if you attack him, you get the second key. I read that as you get the second key from talking to him, and you get the first key from you know, walking in all clandestinely. Because that just made sense in my head. Yeah, if we had murdered him, whatever. Whatever. I'm an idiot. That is on me. If I had looked at which key I had or read the walkthrough correctly, I would have been fine. I know that Dragon's Dogma Online exists. Excuse me. Existed. Past tense. And I know that it doesn't anymore. That's about the extent of my knowledge. It's harder to see with the lantern. What do you want from me? I'm not going to pretend I can see perfectly, but I can tell where I'm going. I can usually see the enemies. Plus, this way I don't have to worry about oil. That's true. Could you imagine I'm just doing my own thing and then the United States just shows up and is like, hey, so your inventory is ours now? Just as a heads up. God damn it. Get out of here, United States. You're gonna recompense me for the loss of my job and my business and my life and my hardware, right? Right, United States, right?
Find an opening, then strike.
We can light slay it safely from here.
It'll be easier going searching this area now.
Mind you aren't cursed!
Okay, I'm just disturbing the dead. They're fine. If Spiritfarer taught me anything, it's that the dead are fine.
The first strike shall be mine.
I think that's what I took away from that game. Something like that.
We must end this quickly.
We need magic to fill this beast. Phantoms release their hosts when attacked.
The possessed cannot free themselves.
Let go!
Yes, please don't steal my pawn. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Strength in numbers.
What else would you expect with my help?
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
Treasure, perhaps?
I guess it's also a form of immersion. The physicality thing you were talking about.
Did it!
Perhaps amusingly, I usually don't really value immersion, just personally. I'm not trying to say that to be trendy or anything, it's just, it usually isn't something that even occurs to me when it comes to reviewing or rating a game. Which I find amusing because so many other people tend to value it above most other things. Like, I know people who will almost universally praise bad gameplay because it increases immersion, just to use a random example.
They rampage indiscriminately.
I'm missing one of these stupid things.
This must be the work of the darkest magic.
There we go.
Think well before striking. Anytime.
A skeleton mage comes.
No, that's exactly the point, Rain36. You're absolutely right. Good gameplay is almost universally anti-immersion. Not always, but almost always. You know, things like better interface and HUD and information and, like, even something as simple as, like, this screen right here, showing us our exact health value, our levels, our weight, how much we can carry, you know, our experience point, our vocations, all of this whole screen right here is non-immersive. But it's good gameplay because it tells us exactly what our stats are and where. And if I went to, for example, If I want to change my equipment, not that that works for that. Okay, we'll try one of these. If I want to change my equipment, it'll tell me exactly what kind of changes it'll have with regards to my stats and my setup. So that's not immersive because that's pure gameplay. You, the character, should have no knowledge of any of this stuff. Just putting on a magic ring, right?
Welcome, Arisen. 'Tis an honor to have you come so far to meet us. You here seeking the
It's
source?
Ballsack.
Or have you just come to rid us of a few traitors? My thanks, by the by. I see no call for secrets. It was salvation loosed those bone warriors upon the land. They are an experiment, a vanguard. All in preparation for the day of reckoning to come. You shall have an honored place among them, Arisen. Aye, your bones shall lead the march as the Red Dawn breaks.
Had quite enough of battle.
It was a find.
I mean, it's not a binary thing, Darkrai. Which I suppose is exactly what you're saying. Immersion is not yes or no, it's a gradient, right?
Treasure, perhaps?
Well, usually when I hear people use the word immersion, that's exactly what they mean by Kamano.
There, Master.
Losing yourself in the world of the game in question. Might be worth keeping those on retainer. Also true, Yura. This is one of the I think this actually... Now that we're talking this all out loud, it makes sense to me why I tend to... Let's try these out for a while. Why I tend to avoid reviewing immersion, because it's so, dependent on what you're after, your personal desires, your opinion, and whatnot. Like, Lord knows these are subjective reviews, as I've always said. But that might be getting too subjective at that point, even for me. Also, I tend to not get immersed in games. So, like, I would have to really struggle to think of a game that I actually get immersed in. I'm sure there is one, I'd have to think about it.
This spring will ease our weariness.
Well, yeah, I'm playing a video game, like, 6. Ironically, I was about to use FF6 and Mega Man. Those are not immersive games to me. That doesn't mean I don't love them to death. It doesn't mean I don't enjoy every moment of experiencing them. But I'm not Rock. I'm not Terra, Although if I was Terra, that'd be kind of cool. But, point being... Wait, maybe magic has already left the world, and that's why the world sucks? Oh my god, it makes so much sense.
Seems this is where the merchants live. It's quite open.
The stairs ahead lead atop the castle walls.
No, that actually makes perfect sense the way you phrased that, Eternus. You know me, or maybe you don't, but I have always made a very, very clearly delineating line between realism and believability, right? I have seen episodes of Star Trek that are very believable. But Star Trek is extremely non-realistic, right? So, the more believable, the more immersive. That makes perfect sense. Looks like he's home.
The catacombs are cleansed of rats, thanks to your efforts, Arisen. The roads, too, are all but free from the skeleton warriors. Grancis is safe for the moment.
Which rewrite, Darkrai? Oh, FF6. Good question. But considering FF6 is the last FF in the rewrite, I think you know where that's going.
Documents they left behind shed some light on Salvation's actions as of late. It seems the skeletons were an attempt to bolster their numbers, a thought I do not relish. What's more, it was their own members' bones they put to use. Newly joined believers made living sacrifices. They were turned from flesh to living bone by some dark art, all as a part of some experiment. The writings claim that bone warriors wrought from living men are stronger than those come from corpses. Even for a cult of madmen to visit such atrocities upon their own. It is a horror.
No, that makes perfect sense. What's the issue here?
And one now hopefully at an end. Again, you have my thanks, Arisen. Pray, accept this small token for your efforts.
I've gained quest knowledge.
Okay, I'm gonna go do something really quick. I'll be right back. Do I see video games as a form of escapism? That's a good question, actually. Can they be? Yeah. I mean, duh. Anything can be escapism. But, like, define escapism. Because some people define it as, you know, just something to not think about your real life for a while. And some people define it as something unhealthy, where you are actually trying to mentally disengage from reality to the point where, you know, it causes issues.
You are to see me for your assignments, and no one else.
But I
speak for His Grace on such matters. My word is His. As such, any task deserves your full and immediate attention.
Sure.
Pray, make your choice, sir.
Ugh.
No doubt you're aware the roads are ever more overrun with beasts of every stripe. The threat has only worsened since the dragon's coming. Trade has suffered, citizens have died. A company of the land's finest sword hands have been gathered to thin the creature's numbers. It is no perfect solution, but it is a start. There's been no end of reports of cattle among them.
Yep.
It is not a creature, hence they stand.
Ah, Griffin time.
You are to see ice pray. You'll need to work the creature. You are to ice pray. He is a cute. Should the present opinion a few any just.
Cool. So. Yeah, so we're being sent out, way out, actually.
Arisen, sir? Beg pardon, sir?
So, do I think that video games can be... So what you're saying is the second thing, the unhealthy thing, Yura. Do I think video games can be a parallel life? Absolutely. Do I think they are innately? Not at all. After all, I've played Super Mario Brothers. I don't think I'm a short Italian plumber who is also totally awesome. See, I'm missing the totally awesome problem. I'm actually Italian and short. I got a giant mustache. I put invisible ink on it so you can't see it.
I bear a message from Milady Eleanor. She would speak with you, sir. In private, if you please. Some would raise an eyebrow at such a request, given Milady's vows to the Duke. I trust
Uh-huh.
Forgive me, Arisen. I must learn to hold my tongue around proper company. Pray, find me tonight in the castle gardens.
Listen. Just because I'm the Lich King, who is also a robot, which is basically just a Necron, I realize. Isn't it nighttime now? Oh, it's not nighttime now. Let's go make it nighttime.
Well met, sir.
The non-silent king. So you're calling me a blabbermouth. I see how it is. I mean, there's nothing really invalid about that, Yura. Safe, sane, and consensual is a watchword for a lot of things for a good reason, you know? So as long as you are, you know, not getting to the point of being mentally and physically unhealthy, then yeah, go for it. If you're doing something like, say, playing Chrono Trigger for a week solid because you're having a psychotic meltdown, then that's probably unhealthy, right? I think that's the only time I've done that. It's something that's legitimately unhealthy of a thing with video games. Oh my god, come on, game. Come on, you can do it. You could... Connection failure. Okay. Apparently you can't do it. Whatever. Let's go meet our one true love. The gardener. No. It was right before I was homeless. Right after I was kicked out of my house.
Man known as the Knight's Champion.
See, if I stay in offline mode, then I lose access to these pawns. And future pawns, for that matter. That is true, though. I could just go into offline mode, use the default pawns, and kind of live with it. Because I can always switch online mode back on.
Well met, sir.
No, I agree, Eternus. Absolutely. Unhealthy isn't really a clearly defined thing. Rousing oh, there's trials and tribulations. Oop, up north, up north. Alright, what? Hold on, let me rob you really quick. Okay, what?
Praise the Maker, you've come, Arisen. Oh, this is glorious. Most glorious. Pardon me, sir. Forgive the ramblings of a handmaiden on a strange errand. It's only... Milady's request to see you is a rare thing, you see. A first in all my years with her, in truth.
She's just that smitten with us. It was the jester hat.
I trust you understand the delicacy of the situation. Milady is a married woman, I need not remind you.
Yeah, but her husband doesn't have sex with her, so he doesn't really have a say in this.
And well, yes, even innocent conversation could be bent foul were it discovered by others. Pray, walk softly, Arisen, and have a care to let none find you visiting Milady's chambers.
Thank you. Thank you. Attack of the hug. No! No! Yeah! How do I get it off? How do I get it off? Okay. Oh, wow. I feel like I'm not explaining myself correctly. Because the problem is... my niece is a huge sanity anchor for me. I have no hesitation about saying that. If it's unhealthy, it's unhealthy, right? I can't tell you what's unhealthy for you because I don't know you. There's some vague general things that would apply, like if you start neglecting your job or your family or your friends or your health or your life, right? Then you've probably reached the unhealthy point. Even the old cliche of, you know, staying up too late and eating junk food is arguably unhealthy. If you're doing that to play like WoW or whatever, that's the old cliche. The thing is, the unhealthy, like most things, is still a gradient. So, you stay up late one night because you're really into a movie, game, show, or book, sure. Do that for a week solid, do that for a few months to the point where you start, lose your job and stuff. Okay, now we start to have a problem, right? So, like I said, it's kind of a problem. Yeah, the WoW episode, which made fun of the nerd who had no life, is a perfect example of, even if it's a parody, of how you can go too far with that kind of thing. Alright, so let's go meet with the Queen? Duchess? I guess she's not, is she not a real Duchess, though? Well, I probably won't see you tomorrow, because you'll probably be doing awesome fun things. So, happy birthday in advance, Papa Neeks. They're all my one true love. All of them. Okay, right, so I need to... Yeah, I need to sneak in, and I do not remember how to do this. Hang on a second. Rousing suspicion. Up the stairs to the left, small side door, blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. We're cool. Oh, I know, Papa Neeks, it's bonkers. I recommend the Chicken Marseille. I think that's what it's called. It's quite good. You're fine, Yura. If there's one thing I've learned, at least for me, is that one of the best methods to deal with trauma is to normalize it. Rather than having this giant, horrible, brackish thing in the background that's just kind of there, just acknowledge it. It's there. It's part of my life. Not a big deal. Right? And that's been the approach I've been using for a few years at this point. Ironically, since the Oblivion line, since the Oblivion run. About 3 years. It was so traumatic, Mike Tomato. We had to get rid of all that hard work. I was honestly not happy about cutting all the previous... If you remember, we knew when the Oblivion line happened, but we didn't actually invalidate the previous reviews. I, in my arrogance, thought I could audit up the previous reviews to the modern thing. And then I spent, like, a solid week, every day, like 10 hours a day, 7 days that week, trying to audit up the previous games up to the current standard. And it didn't work because it didn't work. And then I finally had to nuke everything before, and I was not happy about that.
My warrior has come for me.
I am way too tall for her.
Would that words could prove my love is pure.
This is the second time we've met.
No, you must hide.
There is a boldness that filled a dragon.
Quickly.
You storm my lady's bedchambers with the urgency of a man in battle.
Fear not. I shan't eavesdrop on the ducal proceedings. I remain to stand watch like a guard, sire. For your protection, of course.
My Lord Edmund, would you had mentioned your coming, I might have dressed more finely. My lord, what are
Lenore! Lenore! Oh, my love! Forgive me!
My Lord Edmund, is something...
Lenore! Forgive me! I was wrong! I take it back, Lenore! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Lenore!
We could just let her die, by the way, if you're wondering. That is an option.
What have I...
Your Grace, Edmund, this isn't... This wicked fool mistook a trifling kindness that I once paid for something more. He stole into my room. I was terrified. This commoner must be made to learn, sire. Give him a taste of the lash and a stay in the dungeon. Festi! Festi, I know you're there!
Milady is mistaken. I would never violate His Grace's privacy while he violates Milady's privacy.
Oh, brook none of your japes, fool! Summon the guards! Have this villain removed!
Well, what have we here? Friend of the Duchess, sneaking off to her chambers for a cup of tea? Must be a fine tea. What to come all this way in the dead of night?
It was really good tea.
Perhaps you seek refreshment of a different sort. Like a turn in the sheets with His Grace's own wife.
No, she's not my cousin.
Damn. You're tougher than you seem. Perhaps there's aught to this arisen business after all.
It'd be more accurate to say she's the only romance option, Tsar. She's the only designed romance option. It's probably the best way to phrase that. You can technically romance anyone else, but she's the only one with a legitimate romance quest. I should mention that if you decide not to save her, you still get imprisoned. I forget the specifics. And if you do, you have a much harder time breaking out without her helping us. Like, she straight up gives us the key.
You must run. The Duke is half mad and fearsome wrath. I shall think of some way to assuage him.
So, apparently, this makes so much sense in hindsight. Apparently, the developer said that they wanted to model this romance off of your typical isekai romance, which... Isekai? Romance. Which is pretty much exactly this. Outsider shows up, person instantly falls, just at sight. Oh, I'm totally in love with you. I'm willing to do, and they're just devoted like that. And yeah, that tracks. But yeah, anyway, so like I said, we're discovered either way. Yeah, we can just walk out the front door, it looks like, if I'm reading this correctly. Because, you know, she gave us the friggin' keys. Oh, no kidding, the crazy. Let me make sure I'm going the right way. Yep. Oh god, the vampire run. My love. Speaking as a bit of a romantic. Good night, TSB. Every time I see something like that, I'm just like, guess we're just gonna go this route then. Okay. Excuse me. No, Alice in Wonderland is a drug trip.
I've learned what to do in this quest. Master, you're hurt. How did this happen?
Quest now.
We're free. Boy, that was sure worth it. She got to fawn over us for 5 seconds, and then we got tortured half the night. Okay, so... Trials and Tribulations. I'll look this one up, too. Just looking at all the quests at this point. Oh, and I should probably put my gear back on. Oh, no, I'm going to try the Crimson Teeth for a while. Whoops. I don't know, Euro. Let's do that one. Well, you see, Mike Romano, the prison sequence is a tried and true sequence. Tactics Ogre Reborn. Well, whatever it's worth, I am glad you are still here, Mr. Red. This is an interesting quest. We can find Fornival guilty or innocent. There is evidence for both. So we can just kind of decide if he's guilty or innocent. What level are they, Dark Prince Revan? So if he's guilty, he's imprisoned, and Simone moves to the slums. She can be rescued thereafter, as long as you have 100,000 gold to pay for the manor. If he is innocent, his affinity increases, he'll lower his price on items, and he starts selling a cloak called the Magnanimous Cloak. Also enables the quest we've already done. Agreed, Mike Romano, completely. Better games tend to have an automatic re-equip, where it just remembers what your gear was before, right? And then it's just... and you're re-equipped. I was just debating that, Necreasy. But if you think it is worth saving his pathetic, worthless life, then I suppose we could find some innocent items. So, we need to go to Windbluff Tower. We need to buy falsified affidavits from someone who I can't even find. We need to get a petition. And we need to get... something else? Hang on. So I guess we need to... I don't know where to find Reynard. He's just, like, vanished from this playthrough, and his quest is gone. So let's find High Priest Geoffrey. Where the hell am I? You know what? I've got a really easy answer for this. Why don't I just do this? No, Smooga the Cougar. Love the name, by the way. The map's actually pretty small. Takes a while to walk around, but it's a pretty small area.
It is a port crystal, Master.
I've seen a couple of games that come close to that, but nothing that's ever actually managed it, Pancakes.
Seems this is where the merchants live. It's quite open.
There's an RTS where you can't actually control your troops. You can only set bounties with the resources you have on specific areas, items, individuals. So you put out bounties to clear a gold mine so you can start mining from it, that kind of a thing. It was a very cool idea. The game kind of sucked, though. Better idea than execution. I never forgot that, though. Because it was such a unique concept. I really wanted them to do something with it. I don't even remember the name of the game, to be honest with you.
What? Fornival stands trial? 'Tis a pity. In truth, the man was profligate. His ostentation earned him envy and enmity in equal parts. But he was not the sort of man to seek profit in the misfortunes of others. I will add my name to the petition. I shall pray that his innocence is proven.
Okay, so we have his petition now. I need the Chamberlain's affidavit, so I guess I have to go talk to the Chamberlain. Am I looking forward to Ragnarok? Honestly, I haven't processed it yet. I don't want to say no, because that would sound like I'm dreading it. But mostly I've been trying to think about what's right in front of my feet, so I haven't really thought about it yet. I hope the gameplay is a bit better than it was in 4. 4's gameplay was a little rough. Story was top-notch. Very few complaints there. But the gameplay just had stumbling blocks.
You are to see me for your assignment. I speak for his... Pray, make your... In that case, the weight of duty...
No, don't crash. Oh, thank God. I saved lately. Hey, Duke.
If it is work you want...
No, if it's work I want, I'll go see your wife. Are you the Chamberlain?
As if we hadn't called...
Nope. Hold on. Chamberlain's affidavit. Where do I get this? Ah, okay. The Fornival Manor. Oh yeah, by the way, higher, taller characters also have a longer dodge roll, which can be useful in some things. That's kind of neat. I have no idea, Darkrai. Although there's a reason I just call them God of War 4 and 5. Like, I can't do that with the Assassin's Creed series, because that'll get confusing. But, you know. Nope, that's a gift ledger. That's not what I want. Where's... There it is. Chamberlain's affidavit. Okay. Or Kingdom Hearts, yeah. It was a soft reboot, Europe, but the thing that's really strange is it isn't at the same time. God of War 4 is a direct sequel to God of War 3. And it's really clever the way they do it. It's arguably a spoiler to even say that, so I apologize. But, I don't know. I was really impressed with what they did with Okay, so we have the affidavit. We have that. Do we have gold? We have 170,000 gold. We should be able to afford this. Well, I don't disagree with you, Star Wars. I guess my overall point is that so much of 4 leans on Kratos trying to recover from the events of 3 and 2 and 1.
Duke Edmund as himself recognized the great feats of the Arisen.
I'm with you, though. I'm with you. It is a soft reboot. It's like, alright. We're gonna shift mythologies. We're gonna reset the board a little bit. I'm very curious what 5's gonna do. Don't tell me. Obviously, I don't know. Yeah, no kidding. That man has not had a good life. I'm going the wrong way. Like, it's not like Kratos is innocent, but he has had a truly terrible life. Very Greek.
The Duke's gone. Sure, but a piece of... I'm sure you'll find more there. Why not leave?
Okay, I wish to make forgeries. Right. Right.
I'm sure you'll find out anytime.
Crap. Okay, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Yeah, even God of War 1, which was a classic Greek tragedy, was just, I've got this. I'll do these things and then I'll be forgiven. Oh, I was never gonna be okay, cool. Well, it's okay, I'll just commit suicide. Nope, that's denied me too. Great.
Most folk think of the Arisen. Oh,
Are your travel preparations complete?
Yep. God screwed with me. Now it's time to really start killing the guy. I mean, do you blame him? As weird as that may sound, do you blame him? Favorite Mandalorian? I feel like there was one in KOTOR 1, but I don't think we had one in KOTOR 1. No, sorry. So, for those of you who don't get the joke, I made a mistake on the very, very first KOTOR video I ever did, and I forgot to talk about Canderous when I was talking about characters. So, you know, I've sort of made a joke in the rest of my life to just never remember Canderous. Okay, I'm going to... Windbluff Tower. Perfect. I know exactly where that is. That's why I felt the need to explain myself, Blatcheville. Unfortunately, I need to find Reynard to get the forgeries. I have no idea where Reynard is.
Tis quite a pleasant corner.
I had a quest for him at one point to do an escort for him, and that quest vanished. And I haven't seen him since. I did save him from the goblins, before you ask. Oh yeah, I need to upgrade my daggers too. I forgot about that.
I'll keep watch.
I send you back to the grave.
Now, that's insanity, Yura. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm saying, how the hell do you make a game like that play well on an iPad? Or any touch device? I was going to cut off when the food got here. I got a few more minutes. Are you hostile? Nope. Cool.
I have you now.
I'm looking for Sir Dario.
It's not enough to unite men's
Probably you.
The messenger brought word of Fornival's trial. More's the pity. He finished our arms at quite the favorable rate. We'll be as cats without claws, should he be kept from doing business. I do not know the man well. I cannot stand idly by and see him convicted. Testimony given in person will carry more weight than a missive. Yet I cannot leave this place. Pray, take one of my men with you back to the capital.
So you like escort quests, right?
He will speak in my place. You do Fornival a service, sir, and us with him. I will send word ahead for a man to await you. Pray, speak to him directly.
Oh yeah, by the way, more characterization for the Duke. There's actually quite a few bits of characterization here for this. But my favorite is that the Duke doesn't really take care of his own military. Which by logical definition also means he doesn't really take very good care of his nation. The amount of brush fires we run around putting out for him is not small. Makes sense, though, if you think about it. Okay, so I'm looking for Sir Castor. Castor.
The best men in the strongest hall.
Pollux. I mean, Castor. So let's save really quick, because I want to test something. Something I've never done.
Seems the Duke aims to ring all Francis with strongholds.
I'm called Castor. Sir Dario has informed me of my duties. I'm thankful to have you accompanying me to the capital. Shall we be off? Very well, sir.
We must see the witness safely back to the capital.
What meaning do you suppose those stones hold?
Wow, he really does just come with. That is hysterical.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, when I played this, I didn't have infinite recalls, so I didn't do that. We're here.
Let us make for the capital.
We are here. How do I... Okay, I need to take him to Aldous. Got it. I was like, where do I turn this in?
The stairs ahead lead atop the castle
These
walls.
serve as a useful route in their own right.
I mean, I still don't think escort quests are good in this game. In fact, I know they're bad. But, you know, that does help. Yeah. Excuse me, I've got a man. Does anybody own... Does this man belong to you? Excuse me, does this man belong to you? Alright, let's save here. I think I'll go ahead and cut off here. This is a good cutoff point. Tomorrow, hopefully on time, hopefully I won't sleep in again because I'm exhausted, we will continue the adventure to find Fornival innocent. For some reason.